Chapter 328. However, these top-grade kings revealed odd expressions when they arrived. That was because the scene on the island was different from what they had imagined. The old Grandmaster, the Golden Rock, the Crane King, the Peacock King, and the Nine Lives Cat were confronting each other. The atmosphere was tense, but the main character was calm and doing business. It could even be said that the main character was very leisurely introducing his weapon-nurturing technique to these evolved beings. He wasn't nervous at all, nor was he worried that a great battle between kings would break out. What's going on? The top-grade kings who had rushed over from the other island glanced at each other in bewilderment. They glanced at Chu Feng. How could he still have such a good attitude after being crippled? He was like an experienced salesman at this moment. The group of people around him were all stunned as they stared at the dagger in his hand. The weapon-nurturing technique was solemnly introduced by Chu Feng. He told everyone about its various benefits, such as turning the rotten into the miraculous. It could upgrade all kinds of weapons and help the corporations nurture flying swords. Why do I feel like he's transformed into a hoodwinker? What's so special about this weapon-nurturing technique? The kings who had just arrived didn't understand the situation and were all skeptical. However, they could see that the people nearby were listening with rapt attention. That was because the dagger in Chu Feng's hand was emitting a faint glow as it drew in the drifting energy. It seemed to be undergoing refinement as the dagger began to flicker with spiritual radiance. Ha! Demon King Chu, even you have such a day? You've actually turned into a peddler. Are you selling a dagger? Where did your peerless spirit from 3 months ago go? The marine race expert from the ocean spoke. This was a sea monkey. His entire body was covered in densely packed bronze scales that flickered with cold light. Even his face was like this and looked somewhat terrifying. Chu Feng said calmly, "Monkey, I didn't kill you back at Mount Longhu. It's fine if you don't know how to be grateful, but now you even come here to ridicule me. Your character is truly not good." The sea monkey was immediately angered after hearing these words. He revealed his ferocious appearance and was filled with dense killing intent. However, the other experts revealed odd expressions. They seemed to have understood something as they glanced into the distance. The hollow jade temple master's expression was calm and unperturbed. Many people understood that Chu Feng's words had a hidden meaning. He wasn't just provoking the ferocious sea monkey, but also mocking a person like the hollow jade temple master. Back then, Chu Feng had rushed thousands of miles to Mount Longhu and started a massacre. He had fought fiercely against the experts of the oceanic race and saved a group of peak experts from the continent, shocking the world. It could be said that he had saved some people's lives, but some people later let him down. Especially not long ago, when he was on another island, they didn't even invite him over. If word of this got out, it would make people feel bitterly disappointed. They were all evolvers and naturally had keen senses. Some of them looked towards the hollow Jade Temple Master and the others. However, this didn't make the hollow Jade Temple Master lose his temper. Friends of the sea race, now that you've arrived on land, please abide by your promise. Do not rashly awaken your killing intent. We need to cooperate sincerely and face the calamity that may descend from the outer realm at any time. The hollow Jade Temple Master spoke. His words were neutral and calm, and no one could find fault with them. Afterwards, he looked at Chu Feng and sighed as if he hadn't heard the stinging words before. Chu Feng, the hollow Jade Temple Master has found a way to treat your body. I'll tell you in a moment. Everyone was suspicious and revealed puzzled expressions. "Ah, thank you, Temple Master," replied Chu Feng. He didn't say anything else. The sea monkey was irascible and had an extremely strong killing intent. It glared at Chu Feng with an unfriendly expression and stepped forward with the intention to kill. It definitely wouldn't listen to the hollow Jade Temple Master. "Don't be rash." A lady spoke. She was very tall and had an excellent figure. She had a head of sparkling blue hair and a pair of small dragon horns. Her outstanding appearance could be considered peerless. She was on the same level as the national goddess. She was a rare beauty with a classical beauty, but she was wearing modern human clothing. Ordinary evolvers didn't know her identity, But all the top-grade kings present knew that she was the dragoness from the Eastern Sea. All the marine race present, be it the sea monkey or the marine people, respected her and obeyed her orders. After hearing her rebuke, the scale-covered sea monkey fell into a rare silence and didn't dare to attack again. Monkey, you're really obedient. What was surprising was that Chu Feng didn't seem to mind at all. He looked at the ferocious sea monkey and directly mocked it. Brat, are you tired of living? The sea monkey was furious. It wouldn't listen even if the dragoness tried to persuade it. It scuttled over with a swoosh and wanted to tear Chu Feng apart or slap him in a meat paste. Thump! A mountain tortoise appeared. It didn't attack and only stood there, allowing the sea monkey to slap its golden-patterned shell. Energy surged as it blocked its path. The Kongtong sect master appeared and didn't move in the slightest as he blocked the sea monkey's ferocious attack. This was one of the top 10 experts of the East. It had lived for 1,000 or 2,000 years, but its luck wasn't good enough. If it had discovered some mutant fruits during the obscure upheavals, its foundations would have been enough to dominate the world. This was an intelligent old turtle that had lived for a long time. At this time, everyone drew in a breath of cold air. Chu Feng had formed too many good karma. Any one of them could help him out of this predicament. Senior, there's no need to stop it. Let it come over. I want to test the strength of my domain, said Chu Feng. He then waved at the sea monkey and said, Monkey, come here. The group was speechless. Even the Kongtong sect master, the old mountain tortoise, opened his mouth but finally moved aside in silence. Wah, you're infuriating your monkey ancestor. With a boom, the sea monkey rushed over. Its scales were glowing as it stretched out its large claws to grab Chu Feng. The scene was terrifying and even the void was distorted. Buzz! In the end, the next moment, the scene became astonishing. Energy erupted and the ground glowed, forming mysterious patterns as if it were cast from molten iron. With a clang, Chu Feng inserted the dagger in his hand into the ground. One could see a large amount of energy spreading forward and converging on the dagger, making it almost transparent. The sea monkey's energy was drawn in by the domains and completely absorbed. Then it was fed back to nurture the dagger at the center. This was both odd and shocking. Everyone was moved. Everyone look. The spiritual radiance of this dagger is growing and its quality is rising, Chu Feng introduced. He was taking a risk. He had laid down 2 domains here today. One was the weapon nurturing technique, which he was most familiar with. The other was a type of domain he had dismantled from a large-scale offensive domain. It included the soulless symbol, as well as the energy receiving and transferring runes. The sea monkey spun around. He didn't faint, but he felt a slight pain in his head due to the effects of the soulless domain. Ah! He cried out loudly and was about to rush in. Monkey, don't cause trouble. I'm demonstrating the weapon nurturing technique. You retreat to one side, said Chu Feng. The Kongtong sect master was about to attack again, but the dragoness spoke first. Her expression was solemn as she shouted at the sea monkey to retreat. She came forward and stared at the dagger within the domain. In truth, all the top-grade kings present had sensed the astonishing value of this domain. That was because their divine instincts were terrifyingly sharp. They could clearly feel that the dagger was being nourished by an ineffable power. Its quality was becoming stronger and its spirituality was growing. There were already traces of changes in such a short time. What kind of changes would there be if the domain nurtured it for several months or years? It would definitely be even more astonishing. I believe you. You can nurture weapons. I have a weapon here, but I'm not sure if you can nurture it. The dragoness spoke. She was about to deliver business to Chu Feng. No problem. I can turn ordinary swords into flying swords. It's even easier to nurture spiritual weapons. Chu Feng laughed. Regardless of whether he could do it or not, he had to brag first. Unexpectedly, the dragoness nodded solemnly and said, Correct. There are indeed such records on the seabed stone. One can borrow the power of domains to turn ordinary iron into divine weapons. At this time, many people were shaken. They came to a sudden realization that Chu Feng's weapon-nurturing technique was far more important than they had imagined. People from all parties could no longer remain calm. Even the Peacock King and the Nine Lives Cat were astonished. How could a so-called domain be so heaven-defying? Some major powers were scratching their hearts. They now had top-grade kings and had even conquered famed mountains. What they lacked the most were spiritual weapons like flying swords. Now, Chu Feng's appearance had torn apart a layer of window paper and allowed them to see the light. At this time, even Chu Feng's enemies and related corporations were excited. They felt their blood vessels swelling because this was a rare opportunity. Brother Chu is truly a genius of the generation. According to some ancient records, domains are the most difficult to grasp. They are difficult to understand and profound. Ordinary people might not even be able to grasp the surface even after decades of study. Haha, what a surprise. Brother Chu encountered a tribulation on the path of evolution. Who would have thought he would step onto a brighter path? In just a short moment, the attitudes of some kings underwent a 180-degree change. They were incomparably passionate and full of praise. In the distance, Jiang Luoshan was puzzled. Was this true? Not long ago, Chu Feng was looked down upon when he first appeared here. That was because he had been crippled and was no longer a peerless expert. But how long had it been since then? Everything had changed again. This astonished Jiang Luoshan. After a period of silence after being crippled, Chu Feng had actually stepped onto a special path and was once again surrounded by people. A group of kings stepped forward, all of them trying to curry favor. Their objective was clear. They wanted to ask Chu Feng to help them nurture divine weapons. In the distance, the hollow jade temple master's face twitched slightly. This was too unexpected. Even he hadn't expected Chu Feng to be able to study domains. The sea monkey was unhappy because he knew Chu Feng was doing this on purpose. He was using him to demonstrate the power of domains and had actually caused such a commotion. At this time, Kong Sheng and the others who had been tossed to the side woke up and immediately flew into a rage. They were even more pitiful because they were also the sacrifices Chu Feng had made in order to reveal the power of domains. They were so angry that they almost fainted. At this time, Chu Feng finally spoke once more. He pointed his spear at the Nine Lives Cat and used this opportunity to issue a bounty. Everyone, I'm a person who repays kindness with kindness and enmity with enmity. Whoever can chop off that cat's tail will be nurtured by me in the future. You're courting death. The Nine Lives Cat glared coldly at Chu Feng, ready to pounce and kill him at any moment. Even many kings were stunned and astonished. Some of them felt that Chu Feng's bounty was meaningless. Would anyone be willing to take action for such a thing? However, the next moment, all the kings understood that there were experts who wanted to cooperate with Chu Feng. The dragoness immediately took action. Although she was a woman, she was fairly decisive because she had learned from the stone carvings at the bottom of the sea just how extraordinary domain researchers were. If she could obtain the friendship of such a person, opening that true dragon lair in the eastern sea might not be a problem. To the dragon race, this matter was too important. Boom! The dragoness's strength was beyond imagination and universally shocking. Her sudden attack sent the Nine Lives Cat flying and coughing up blood. God damn it! Some kings couldn't help but curse. Someone had responded to Chu Feng's words just as he finished speaking. They realized that they had underestimated the status of a domain researcher. Such a person was very useful, following which some corporations became restless and began to discuss in secret whether or not they should attack. That was because they now had peerless experts with 6 severed shackles and weren't any weaker. Chi. Golden light surged as the Rock King attacked. His speed wasn't the fastest in the world, but it could be ranked within the top 3. The legendary rocks were said to be able to soar up to 90,000 kilometers. Meow! The Cat King cried out furiously. The Rock King's attack had almost injured him once again. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The next moment, the old monsters of Mount Changbai and the Kongtong Sect Master also took action and charged forward. The Wudong Grandmaster stood guard beside Chu Feng. Everyone was stunned and the kings were shaken. They saw some major powers taking action to hunt down the Cat King. The corporations and top powers who had studied ancient evolved beings understood the value and use of domain researchers. Many of them were now taking action. What was going on? The young master of the Baji school, Gao Yuan, was also here. He had no idea about the influence and use of domain researchers in the future and was completely dumbfounded. That was because he didn't understand. Even if a cripple had grasped a certain technique, was it worth going to this extent? You said you'll only use the energy of the awakened realm to fight me? At this time, Chu Feng glanced at him. So what if I am? Gao Yuan replied casually, but the next moment, he knew things were bad. Chu Feng hadn't even said anything when a number of people swooshed over and attacked Gao Yuan. This was the Dragoness's order, because she couldn't calm down. She had decided to rope in Chu Feng and ask him to help her explore the true dragon's lair. People would blindly follow orders. The others saw the Dragoness's order and were so willing to invest, so the Continental King-level experts followed suit. Bang! 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 Gao Yuan was very powerful, but he was instantly surrounded and struck by a fist. He was sent flying with blood seeping out of the corner of his mouth. He felt too damned wronged. Chu Feng opened his mouth and wanted to tell them that he really didn't want them to kill Gao Yuan. It was a misunderstanding. Meow. In the distance, the Nine Lives cat was stamping with rage. His eyes were spitting fire and, at the same time, terrified. That was because a group of people, led by the Dragoness and the Golden-Winged Roc, were charging over. In the blink of an eye, he was gravely injured and almost died. Hey, everyone take it easy. I only want a cat's tail. Don't harm its life. Chu Feng shouted. That was because he was still angry and wanted to deal with the Nine Lives cat himself in the future. He was only venting his resentment first. Meow, meow, meow. The Nine Lives cat was even more furious. What did they take him for? But he couldn't help but feel terrified because Chu Feng's words were very effective. Within moments, his tail had been chopped off in succession. The group of people fighting over the tail was simply too terrifying. He couldn't escape even if he wanted to because the Golden-Winged Roc was simply too fast. He wasn't much slower than Chu Feng at his peak. Coupled with the terrifying Dragoness, he was in a tragic situation. The group of people fighting over the Nine Lives cat's tail left him flustered and exasperated. He was about to go crazy. In the distance, the Peacock King was drenched in cold sweat. Chapter 329. Kong Sheng and the others who were pretending to be dead on the ground were very unlucky. They were trampled by the kings who were fighting fiercely. They were all dazzling figures who were releasing powerful energy. Some of the people on the ground had their bones broken on the spot. The pain was so intense that they couldn't help but let out bestial screams. Roar! Can't I even play dead? Kong Sheng and the others wanted to curse out loud. They had already been beaten half to death, and now they were even more injured. F***CK. The person next to Kong Sheng could be considered an expert and had a close relationship with him. His face turned green after being hit in the thigh by a beam of light. He jumped up and screamed miserably before running away in pain. No one had paid attention to them before, but now they had attracted attention. Someone asked Chu Feng if he should take action. Brother, should we take care of this peacock cub too? Kong Sheng and the others immediately jumped up and ran after hearing this. However, they were limping because they had all been smashed by Chu Feng's violet gold thunderhammer. Now that they were running away, it was naturally very strenuous. Thump! When the old monster of Changbai Mountain saw this, he flew through the air. His hair and beard were all white, and he looked like an old immortal. He had the demeanor of an immortal, but his kick was not careless at all. He kicked them until they rolled and crawled on the ground. Their posture was very unsightly. Plop! Plop! They were like gourds rolling on the ground. In the end, they were all kicked into Xuanwu Lake. Several more bones were broken, their faces swollen, and their teeth were spitting out blood. The pain was unbearable, and the scene was miserable. Kong Sheng's lungs were about to explode. The others also cursed out loud. They were truly unlucky. They were lying on the ground, pretending to be dead, yet they weren't let off. How hateful! At the same time, they shivered. They were deeply aware that even if Chu Feng was crippled, he would once again become an honored guest of the major powers. It would be difficult to provoke him. The Peacock King's eyelids twitched. Seeing that the youngsters weren't in danger of dying, he didn't care anymore. He charged toward the Nine Lives cat with his divine rainbow radiance because this ally of his was about to die. At this time, the Cat King had transformed into his true form. He had transformed into a large, multicolored cat that was even larger than a ferocious tiger. But now, no one was as miserable as he was. His shiny fur was missing piece after piece. Its tail was even more so the focus of attention. Unknown just how many people had struck it. It was a bleak scene, bloody thorns flying everywhere. It was stomping its feet, cursing. It had never hated an enemy so much before. These ruthless fellows were too much of a jerk. They had locked onto the cat's tail and listened to Demon King Chu's orders, attacking with all their might. The cat's sleek and beautiful tail was broken again and again until it was almost completely gone. Meow! The Nine Lives cat cried out furiously. The pain was secondary to his grief and indignation. To think that he, a dignified, top-notch expert of his generation, was awe-inspiring wherever he went. He used to look down on experts from all walks of life, but he was so shameful today. It was too humiliating. Their buttocks had been beaten up. What immortal crane flying sword, rock king claw, dragon fist, and so on. Who could stand it? The Peacock King came. He didn't want to see him being humiliated or even killed, but it was useless. That was because there were too many people attacking here. The Peacock King was also attacked, and his body was stained with blood. Meow! The Nine Lives cat shouted at everyone after letting out a loud cry. Stop! He simply couldn't stand it anymore. He couldn't continue like this. There was no dignity to speak of here. He was being beaten up and humiliated. The Beast King stopped for a moment, but the next moment, various beams of energy flew over once again and beat the Cat King until he was scampering about. His body was stained with blood and dark red. The Nine Lives cat was furious. In the end, he howled in shame and indignation. Meow, stop for this king. My tail is already gone. After saying these words, the Nine Lives cat wanted to find a hole in the ground to bury his head in. His face had even turned green because when he turned back to look, he saw that his buttocks were completely bare. The Golden Rock, White Crane, and the others finally stopped and glanced at Chu Feng. Let it be. How pitiful. Chu Feng shook his head with a sympathetic expression. The Nine Lives cat wanted to curse out loud. He really wanted to slap Chu Feng to death. He couldn't stand being pitted by his archenemy. The experts and famous people here weren't few. There were many densely packed figures from all over the world. People from India, Europe, the East, and even the oceans had arrived. All of them were staring at the Cat King's tail. Bang! The Nine Lives cat jumped into Xuanwu Lake and disappeared just like that. He was truly ashamed and resentful. He couldn't stay here any longer. The Cat King has jumped into the lake to commit suicide. The Nine Lives cat is unyielding and committed suicide out of humiliation. Someone on the island shouted. The Nine Lives cat was furious and wanted to shout, unyielding your sister. Suicide my ass. He was just too ashamed to stay here and wanted to use the water to escape. Swoosh! The Peacock King carried Kong Sheng and left immediately. Bang, bang, bang. In the distance, Gao Yuan's face was swollen and he was extremely angry. He had been surrounded and beaten up. His previous high spirits, confidence, and calmness had all disappeared. One had to admit that the Baji school's young master possessed unfathomable strength. 8 balls of lightning appeared around him and revolved around him, distorting the void. Boom! Some of the balls of lightning entered the water and produced a 10-ton splash. In the end, Gao Yuan was filled with grief and indignation. Both his arms were fractured, and one of his legs was broken. He was very strong and good at fighting, but he couldn't withstand the encirclement of so many people. Gao Yuan couldn't escape, and was beaten until he was lying on the ground. He couldn't move at all, and was almost beaten to death. Damn your grandpa! He really couldn't accept this. A mere cripple had such great rallying power, yet they didn't even make a move personally and just left him like a corpse. Were it not for those people being apprehensive of the 100-year-old grandmaster of the Baji school, he reckoned he would have lost his life. Someone would have taken advantage of the chaos and killed him. In the distance, Hu Sheng, Xiong Kun, Lu Qing, and the others were dumbfounded. This process was too absurd. They had personally witnessed Chu Feng calmly reverse the situation. Silver Dragon Ricula's head of white hair was glowing as he stared at Chu Feng from a distance. He felt that it was unimaginable. Before coming to the east, he had already removed this Chu Feng from his list of competitors. Who would have thought this person could really toss things around? He was already crippled, yet he could still do this. The young monk from India also put his palms together in a devout and solemn manner. It seemed as though he was chanting Buddhist mantras, but someone nearby heard him mumble, "God damn it." At this time, the dragoness was standing together with Chu Feng. They were chatting happily, and their smiles were moving. Her blue hair was glowing under the sunlight. Her skin was fair and lustrous, and her eyes were full of spirituality. Her fine nose was tall, and her lips were bright red. The two were quite congenial and were discussing matters regarding domains. The dragoness was doing her best to rope in Chu Feng. The people from the corporations weren't willing to fall behind. Some of them also came forward, not wanting the dragoness to be ahead of them in everything. Soon, many people surrounded them. At this point, Chu Feng's business negotiations had been completed. Everyone wanted to cooperate, and after a short period of discussion, many people wanted him to nurture divine weapons. Chu Feng pondered. Perhaps he could construct a large-scale weapon nurturing domain. He wasn't willing to set up a small unit domain, so he wanted to succeed in one go. He wanted to remove all the flaws and form the black and white grinding stone in his body. For a moment, all the kings on the grassland and Chu Feng were chatting happily with each other. They were quite satisfied and had reached an initial agreement. In the distance, the others could no longer sit still. They had realized something. The weapon nurturing technique could produce flying swords and other divine weapons. This was definitely a major event and would allow more kings to possess spiritual weapons. For a moment, even those who weren't top-grade kings came forward to understand the situation. This grassland was quite lively. The hollow jade temple master stood in the distance. Although his expression was calm, there were great waves in the depths of his eyes. The emotions in his heart were fluctuating violently. This had completely exceeded his expectations. The one-armed Eight Visions Temple Master had also arrived. He stood on the grassland and stared at the diamond chakram on Chu Feng's wrist. Then, he glanced at the so-called weapon nurturing domain with flickering eyes. Who would have thought his attainments in domains would be so shocking? He's even more talented than walking the path of evolution. The two temple masters glanced at each other with a glint flashing through their eyes. At this time, the people on the field were talking cheerfully and taking care of each other's interests. Chu Feng's conditions weren't too harsh. He wanted to nurture his flying swords and diamond chakram within the domain. At the same time, the most important thing was that he wanted all kinds of ancient books on domains. He needed all books related to domains. This was the reward he desired the most. In the eyes of outsiders, this was quite normal. He had abandoned the path of evolution and wanted to focus on the study of domains. Naturally, he needed such secret books. The various corporations and top-grade powers glanced at each other after seeing that he didn't mention any ancient fist manuals or breathing techniques. They all revealed smiles and felt completely relieved. Many people were convinced that Chu Feng was truly crippled and would no longer walk the path of evolution. If that was the case, he would no longer be a threat in the future, but an extremely useful and valuable collaborator. We once dug up some ruins and dug out a batch of bamboo slips. Some of them were well preserved. Although there were no records of domains within, there were some legends regarding ancient domain masters and their methods. It was truly astonishing. They drove away groups of primordial divine mountains, incinerated the skies and boiled the seas, searched for secrets, stepped into phoenix nests. All kinds of secrets were truly unimaginable. This was an elder from Bodhi Biogenetics speaking. He told Chu Feng that they could gift those bamboo slips to Chu Feng. Although it was a free gift, everyone knew that this was an exchange. It was just that Bodhi biogenetics knew how to conduct themselves. Their words were pleasant to hear, and they appeared magnanimous. Chu Feng returned the favor with a smile. Very well, I'm looking forward to it. In a while, I'll help you construct a more refined domain and nurture secret treasures. Shi Honglin from the Preaching Research Institute was an old king in the past. Now his strength had improved greatly. This wasn't the first time he had come into contact with Chu Feng. Back then, he had given Chu Feng a jade stone containing the demon flood dragon fist as an apology. Our Preaching Research Institute once dug up a large tomb from the Warring States period. There were a number of bronze wares carved with ineffable symbols that looked like domain characters. I'll give them to Brother Chu later. He was very forthright and also very direct. But Chu Feng knew that this old man had always been cunning. He said there were a few bronze wares, but it was likely that there was a whole batch of them. It was impossible to give them all to him. But he wasn't in a rush. He would take his time and dig out ancient domain books from the mouths of these major powers to study them step by step. Sea Monkey, return to the Eastern Sea immediately and bring those stone inscriptions here. The dragoness instructed. She told Chu Feng that there were various domain runes in those stone inscriptions. Unfortunately, they had studied them for a long time, but were unable to grasp them. No one was proficient in them, so she decided to give them to Chu Feng. This was definitely a great gift, and it moved many people. Chu Feng was astonished. The dragoness was really generous. He expressed his gratitude and said that he would do his best to nurture the secret treasures for the dragoness. In the distance, Jiang Luoxin's beautiful eyes flickered. She was truly astonished to see everything. She saw that Chu Feng had become the target of everyone's pursuit. They were all fighting to cooperate with him. She was somewhat lost in thought and was greatly moved. She felt that this fellow was somewhat demonic. Even though he was crippled, he was still able to stir up the wind and water. He didn't lie dormant for too long and still became an influential character. An old man from Bodhi Biogenetics walked over and said in a sincere and heartfelt manner, Luoxin, you and Chu Feng stayed in the same room on Mount Putual last time. It can be said that your relationship is quite close. Although he has experienced a low point, we won't be so short-sighted. Look, this is a good opportunity. You should take the next step with him. Jiang Luoxin turned back and, with a bang, punched the old man in the eye in an extremely disrespectful manner, leaving him with a black eye. Sai, what's wrong with you, child? I watched you grow up. Last time, I also saw the two of you enter the same room. Isn't this for your own good? Yet you still attacked me, the old man complained. Damned old man. You really dare to say anything just a rope in a domain researcher? The old man lowered his voice and said, Isn't Chu Feng very close with Linoy? I'm afraid the cooked duck will fly away. And if you steal her rival's boyfriend and win in the love field, it will also be a blow to her. What kind of rotten ideas are these? On the other side, Chu Feng began to discuss the details of the cooperation with the various powers. He told them that he needed magnetic stones and top-grade jade stones, and that they had to be shipped over as soon as possible. For the various tyrants, this was nothing at all. They had the resources and the means to satisfy their requests. Chu Feng nodded with a smile. This was what he valued the most. Although he needed those domain books and ancient letters, what he needed more urgently was to borrow their power to recover and break through. He felt that some of the Nine Lives Cat's words were quite correct. In the end, one had to rely on oneself. Other external forces were like rootless duckweed. Chapter 330. Purple mist curled up around Xuanwu Lake. Golden carps would jump up from time to time and splash up large waves. The island was covered in lush green grass, and the scenery was beautiful. There were a number of old peach trees in full bloom, with pink petals drifting down from time to time. This area was peaceful like a painting, harmonious and tranquil. Chu Feng's expression was focused as he held the scarlet flying knife in his hand. He was seriously carving tadpole patterns and complex runes on the magnetic stones. No one disturbed him. The island had become a pure land. Others could only stand on the shore despite their curiosity and couldn't enter the island. Only the Wudong Grandmaster was on the island. He was worried about Chu Feng's safety. Not long ago, all parties had reached an agreement. Many people wanted to cooperate with Chu Feng. Celestial Biology's main camp was in Jiangning. It was the most convenient place to transfer resources. As such, they immediately sent over a large number of magnetic stones and jade pieces for Chu Feng to nurture his divine weapon. Apparently, the corporations didn't completely believe in Chu Feng's strength. Celestial Biology sent over a rusty, ancient sword. It was rumored to be an ancient, precious weapon and wanted him to nurture it to see its effects. Chu Feng selected carefully from the pile of materials. He didn't use ordinary jade stones or magnetic stones and only chose the best among them to carve runes. That was because ordinary magnetic stones were no longer useful to him. His main goal was to form the black and white grinding stone in his body and remove its flaws. This was his foundation. As for nurturing weapons for the corporations, it was just a matter of convenience and could be considered secondary. Rare jade stones and lustrous magnetic stones were indeed valuable items with excellent effects. Chu Feng had just finished laying down the weapon nurturing domain when the area began to shake. Look, those are the various energy particles in the world. They've actually taken form and are gathering toward that area. Someone cried out in surprise from the shore. The ancient sword was mottled and covered in rust. Now that it had been nourished by special energy, it actually began to emit a faint glow. This was indeed a famous weapon from ancient times and could be considered an extraordinary weapon. Before long, it began to hum softly. With a crack, some of the rust fell off to reveal the green sword body emitting a treasured splendor. Upon closer inspection, there was a fine line on the sword body. That was the result of a heavy injury, and it almost split open. Now, energy surged, the ancient sword lightly cried, lights swirling about. The entire ancient sword seemed to be cheering with life, the cracks seemingly indistinct. This is really surprising. This is a famous sword from the era of the Northern and Southern dynasties. It has its own spirituality. After I used the weapon-nurturing art to pour energy into it, the wounds on the body of the sword are gradually healing. Chu Feng was surprised. On the shore, everyone revealed looks of shock because the ancient sword was shining. Sword energy shot out streak after streak, extremely astonishing. Celestial biology is amazing. There really is a famous ancient sword. I thought they were fooling us. This is just a preliminary test, yet they've already taken out an extraordinary weapon. They must have something even more astonishing in their hands, but they can't reveal it. Many people were guessing that there was a divine item in the celestial biology secret stash. It would definitely be extraordinary once it was enhanced by the weapon-nurturing domain and upgraded in quality. 3 days later, the fine cracks on the ancient sword had completely disappeared. Moreover, it had become increasingly sturdy and sharp. With a light swing, it would emit a hazy green light and be able to easily cut through thick metals. A sharp weapon, a vicious sword. Some people gasped in admiration. That's enough. This sword can only be nurtured to this extent unless there are even more astonishing materials, said Chu Feng. He handed the sword to the people from Celestial Biology. During these 3 days, the other major powers had also shipped over a small mountain of materials. Chu Feng's deployment of the weapon-nurturing domain was extremely fast. He placed one domain after another on the island. There was a weapon in each domain, all delivered by the major powers. Just like Celestial Biology, they were all probing each other at first. Some were ancient weapons, but they were damaged. Some were famed swords of the present age, made of good materials, and were astonishingly sharp. They wanted Chu Feng's help to improve them. Chu Feng knew that as long as he displayed sufficient strength, those people would take out their hidden treasures and let him upgrade their grades. Naturally, it would be done in secret. They would look for him alone to set up the domain in secret and not in public. Chu Feng naturally had his own objectives in setting up the weapon-nurturing domains on the island. He was trying to link them together to construct a large-scale domain. Apparently, The first stage of his attempt had failed because he needed a famed mountain. The requirements for constructing a large-scale domain were strict. It required the coordination of a special terrain before it could be constructed. This wasn't a simple matter. Clang, clang, clang. During these days, sword radiance surged and silver spears flickered on the island. They were all extraordinary weapons, flowing with astonishing brilliance and emanating an unusual spirituality. At this point, all the major powers were convinced after witnessing Chu Feng's methods. In just a few days, the weapons they had delivered had undergone astonishing changes. The less damaged ones had all been repaired. During these days, Chu Feng had also reaped some benefits. His strength had recovered to the 9th level of the awakened realm and was about to touch upon the king domain. It was obvious that the black and white grinding stone had become more condensed. During this period, the outside of the island was bustling with activity. Linoy had also come and watched Chu Feng from afar. However, she didn't set foot on the island. No one could set foot on the island at will. Anyone who came could only wait outside. During these days, all the major corporations had the same attitude toward Chu Feng. At the very least, they appear to be quite enthusiastic on the surface. They waited quietly outside the island and did their best to satisfy Chu Feng's requests for various materials. Be careful. Not all experts need weapons. For instance, I only need to use my fist arts. The old Grandmaster reminded Chu Feng not to think that all the major powers had become benevolent. Moreover, he shouldn't believe that all the peerless kings didn't see him as a threat. Chu Feng nodded. He naturally understood this. Although he was surrounded by people like the moon among the stars, he knew that these people could turn hostile at any moment. He himself wouldn't be so complacent and self-righteous, either. Right now, they were just using each other. Chu Feng reckoned that some major powers were trying to study domains and find a breakthrough from him. He could sense all kinds of advanced instruments in the distance. So much so that there were monitoring devices on the island. They wanted to see how he would deploy his domains. It was just that his domain techniques were becoming more and more skilled and his attainments were increasing. All the runes on the magnetic stones he had carved would be withdrawn and disappear within. Not to mention stealing, those people wouldn't be able to understand even if he were to give it to them directly. In truth, they might not necessarily be able to learn it even if he were to teach them step by step. Those tadpole characters were complex and profound. There couldn't be a single flaw. For instance, the thickness of the vein patterns, the order in which they were carved, and even the amount of mental energy invested would affect the actual results. Some things could only be understood and not explained. In truth, some corporations also had ancient books on domains. Although they couldn't compare to the one Chu Feng had obtained, they were, after all, incomplete inheritances. They had studied them for a long time, but simply couldn't comprehend them. Now, there was a voice within some of the major powers that was to invite Chu Feng over, open their hearts to him, give him these inheritances, and obtain his friendship. That was because they really couldn't comprehend those secret domain books themselves. There were also some corporations who wanted to negotiate with Chu Feng. They wanted to gift him the ancient books, but they wanted him to accept disciples and teach their people. Naturally, there were also extremely dangerous powers who had their eyes on Chu Feng. They wanted nothing more than to capture him and use him forever. That was because domain researchers weren't limited to nurturing weapons. They could also break all kinds of restrictions, help the various corporations ascend famed mountains, and disintegrate those hidden domains. On the 5th day, Chu Feng had delivered all the weapons on the island to everyone's satisfaction. Finally, on this day, someone delivered a piece of metal known as a divine weapon. This was an incomplete weapon. It was only the length of a finger and seemed to be a piece of sword. It was dark blue in color and somewhat dim. This was delivered by the Preqin Research Institute. Shi Honglin told Chu Feng that this might be the legendary divine sword, Ganjiang. Chu Feng was stunned. How could such a legendary divine sword appear in the present age after so many years? Ganjiang, Mo, Xie, Yuchang. These swords are all recorded in the history books and were known as the 10 famed swords of ancient China. How could he have the fortune to see one of them? To be exact, it was a small piece. Shi Honglin vowed that this small piece should be a fragment of the Ganjiang sword and asked if he could repair it. Old Qi, you're overthinking things. How can you be sure this is a fragment of the Ganjiang sword? Besides, those legendary famed swords are mostly made of bronze, and their smelting conditions are limited. Their fame is only spread by word of mouth and beautified. These were Chu Feng's words. He indeed believed that those bronze swords wouldn't be that sharp in modern times. But it's indeed a Ganjiang. Can it be repaired? Qi Honglin asked once again. Chu Feng observed it in detail after receiving it. This dark blue fragment was made of a special material and simply couldn't be identified. But after being placed in the weapon-nurturing domain, it actually erupted with brilliance and blue light shot into the sky. Could it be that the Ganjiang, Mo, Xia, Yu Chang, and the others weren't forged by mortals, but are all legendary weapons? Chu Feng revealed an odd expression. It wasn't just him. Even the old Grandmaster and the people on the shore had changed expressions. That was because this small fragment was glowing with a hazy, multicolored light. It was simply too shocking. If the 10 famed swords of ancient China were intact, wouldn't they be world-shaking? This is beyond my expectations. Chu Feng sighed in admiration. In the end, he couldn't really repair it. He was only nurturing weapons and using the domain to upgrade the weapon's quality. He wasn't forging it, so it was impossible for him to reconstruct a damaged weapon from nothing. But during these days, that fragment had burst forth with divine light. This allowed him to confirm that it was enough to be used as a flying sword. After some nurturing, its spiritual radiance had reappeared. Ganjiang's sharpness was fully revealed, as if it had been stripped of the dust of time. The Preaching Research Institute was very satisfied and brought it away. Chu Feng suspected that the Preaching Research Institute might have even more fragments of the Ganjiang sword. They had only brought out one fragment to probe his abilities. During this period, the black and white grinding stone within Chu Feng's body became even clearer and more extraordinary. The energy entering his body had been purified to an astonishing degree. Chapter 331. This kind of feeling is really good. Chu Feng closed his eyes and experienced it in silence. After his body was filled with energy, he felt extremely comfortable and wonderful. He could see the 10-centimeter black and white grinding stone rotating slowly, grinding away the dense energy and leaving only the essence to fill his limbs and bones. The modeled energy was purified and the remaining factors were even stronger. After grinding away the impurities, Chu Feng was even more terrifying than before. There's still a long way to go before I reach the peak, he muttered to himself. At present, he was equivalent to a king-level entity with 2 sever shackles. But in terms of energy, he had already surpassed the past. Once he recovered completely, his strength would rise explosively. This was something he was looking forward to. This was caused by the small grinding stone. Not only had it ground away the impurities, but it was also refining Chu Feng's blood energy. This was bound to improve his constitution. After a round of introspection, Chu Feng couldn't help but sigh. Those golden bodhisattvas who could come up with such a method and leave such a mysterious object in his body were truly powerful. However, the grinding stone in his body wasn't inherited from those almighty beings. It had taken shape on its own, which made it all the more mysterious. Yellow Cattle had said that this kind of object would become more impressive in the later stages and would have even more wondrous uses. He couldn't display it at the moment, but he was looking forward to it. This is a grinding stone that evolved along with my body. Judging from its current performance, it will be worth looking forward to when it is completely perfected and its flaws are removed. Chu Feng opened his eyes. There were some weapon-nurturing domains nearby, but he wasn't interested in this place. He decided to change to a different place in a few days and go to a special terrain to deploy them. He didn't get up immediately and remained seated on the island, flipping through a bundle of bamboo slips. He carefully unfolded them and read them in detail, memorizing the tadpole characters within. In exchange, The major powers had sent him ancient volumes related to domains. Some of them were quite sincere, and the things they sent contained genuine materials that were worth pondering over by Chu Feng. Ah, interesting. He's really proficient in domains. Such a person can survive in the outer realms and even prosper. At this moment, an old woman appeared, her hair snow-white. She could be said to be old, but her face was rosy to the extent where it was even a bit tender. She truly had white hair, but a youthful complexion. She stood on the shore with her back straight. She was holding a shiny black walking stick and dressed in ancient clothes. Her aura was strong, and her eyes were like golden lanterns as she stared at Chu Feng on the island. The surrounding people revealed strange expressions, and even some of the Peak Kings were flabbergasted. Who exactly was this old woman? His clothes were simple and unadorned, making him look like an ancient person. Beside her, Linoy accompanied her. Obviously, this old lady was from celestial biology, a mysterious expert that he had never seen before. A few kings stared at her. They felt that this old woman was very old, and her aura was different from theirs. She sensed something and walked to the side, watching Chu Feng from afar, not wanting to be noticed by others. The old woman nodded and said, "Oh, he's a talent. He comprehended domains on his own. Such a young person with potential should be taken care of. It's best if we invite him into the mountains so that he won't be disturbed by the secular world." She chuckled with a face full of benevolence. However, Linoy's expression changed slightly. She was elegant, refined, and had a cold temperament. She turned to the old woman and advised, "Let nature take its course. Let him wander around. If there's a need, just cooperate with him." The old woman smiled, but didn't say anything. A young man with a dark red mark between his brows and a face as translucent as jade smiled warmly at Linoy and said, "It's getting chaotic out there. Inviting him into the mountains is for his own good. It's safe and quiet, suitable for people like him to concentrate on studying domains." In the distance, Silverwing was standing with his hands by his side. He was now a king-level entity with 6 severed shackles and had truly become a member of the first echelon. Silverwing, Vajra, and the others were the former 4 young mutants. Now, they were shining brightly and had surpassed the others. However, at this moment, the handsome Silverwing was standing behind the old woman, the young man, and Linoy. He couldn't stand side by side with them. In the southern sea, there was an underwater world. This place was very strange. There was actually no water, no wind or waves. There were only ancient trees and a few palaces. This was the dwelling place of the Southern Sea Dragon race. This was an ancient underwater residence they had discovered. The roots of the scarlet old trees were intertwined with each other. There were clusters of lustrous purple plants and sparkling petals falling from the sky. This place was like a dream. The colors were vibrant and bright. It didn't look like the bottom of the sea at all. There were also some jade buildings, which made the place even more bizarre. Chu Feng has become a domain researcher? Huh, his luck isn't bad. However, I don't need such a person. This was a young man with thick black hair and a tall stature. His eyes were cold and sinister. He was wearing a shiny armor and was sitting behind a jade table, looking down at the person who had just entered the palace to make a report. "Find a way to capture him for me. If anyone tries to stop us, kill him directly." He was Hei Tung's brother and also the second son of the Southern Sea Elder Dragon King. He possessed astonishing strength and had always been a dignified person overseeing the Southern Sea residents. The Dragoness of the Eastern Sea is over there. She's trying to rope him in, an expert with a tortoise shell on his back reported. "It doesn't matter. Find an opportunity to take action. Before long, I'll personally set foot on land. Let's see who can stop me then," said Hei Tung. In a world of ice and snow at the North Pole, there was actually a valley with fragrant flowers and chirping birds. It was as warm as spring. This was a bizarre area where magnetic rays would shoot up from time to time. There were living beings here, and they were all very powerful. There was an old man with a bare upper body, revealing his bronze skin and glowing skin. He was both powerful and powerful. Although he was no longer young and had a head full of gray hair, he was still quite strong. There was a wild power in his eyes, as though he was a terrifying beast in human form. If we're talking about high-quality magnets, which corporation has as many as this valley? That Chu Feng has some skills. Find a way to invite him here. Yes, not far away, a number of wild beasts and 2 humans were glowing with origin magnetic light. They saluted the gray-haired old man and withdrew. Apparently, Chu Feng's rise on the path of domains had attracted the attention of some powerful people. Some of them wanted to harm him. He's really lucky. He was originally crippled, but now he's walking on a different path. It can be considered a stroke of *T luck. Even some of the corporations were sneering. Although they needed Chu Feng to nurture their weapons, they were quite pleased and even disdainful in the depths of their hearts. That was because the once insufferably powerful demon king, Chu, had finally fallen and was now looked down upon by them. Even though they knew that Chu Feng would have great accomplishments in the future if he were to truly study domains, these people still wore cold smiles on their faces. Who would give him the time? They felt that one had to rely on oneself in order to become truly powerful in this world and look down on the world. Some of them felt that they should find a way to capture Chu Feng after making use of him and imprison him in the mountains. He would nurture and produce high-grade weapons for them. The Wudong Grandmaster's worries began to show some signs. In this world, not everyone needed a domain researcher. Some people only needed to rely on their fist arts. Even if they needed him, they didn't really need to take care of him wholeheartedly. Presently, there were some people who wanted to harm Chu Feng. Xuanwu Lake, on the island. Chu Feng was engrossed in reading an ancient book with withered yellow pages. This was naturally something he had obtained from helping others nurture their weapons. Although those corporations and major powers had held back, it was impossible for them to not bring out substantial items. The major powers weren't few in number, and each of them had brought out a considerable amount of items. During these days, Chu Feng was completely engrossed in the book. Carving the weapon, nurturing runes, didn't take long. He could use the remaining time to study these domain fragments. During this period, he would carve some magnetic stones from time to time and conduct experiments. These were all things he had comprehended from the fragments. Finally, he stood up and called a temporary stop. He was prepared to leave the island and change locations. There was no longer any meaning in staying here. He needed a special location to display the essence of what he had learned. Chu Feng believed that he would be able to recover to his peak as long as there was a suitable location. Then, he would advance one step further. He yearned and was also looking forward to it. Now that the little grinding stone was crushing and purifying the energy entering his body to an astonishing degree, just how powerful would his combat strength be once he returned? Many people were waiting outside the island. Recently, they had been sending Chu Feng weapons for him to nurture continuously. They had already figured out his background and found that his attainments were profound. He was worth cooperating with. All the major powers had good trump cards in their hands, such as divine weapon fragments and legendary weapons. They wouldn't reveal them in front of others and were prepared to ask him to arrange them in private. It was just that they didn't want to force Chu Feng since he said he wanted to study and comprehend the ancient book. They had been waiting quietly outside all this time. As expected, people from various parties came looking for Chu Feng as soon as he left the island. They wanted to cooperate further with him and invite him to other regions. All of them were the headquarters of the major powers. Chu Feng was somewhat apologetic as he told everyone that it wasn't appropriate for him to travel far. Everyone, there's also a famed mountain in Jiangning. Look, there's violet chi rushing into the sky, and there's a faint dragon's roar coming from within. It's an excellent place. If you need it, we can cooperate there. Chu Feng pointed into the distance. It was precisely the famous Mount Jijin. Although Mount Jijin was a famed mountain in Jiangning, no one had ever occupied it. That was because there were no strange flowers or trees on the mountain despite its extraordinary atmosphere and shrouded in violet chi. People said that it was accompanied by the ancient capital of Jiangning and contained vast amounts of draconic chi. It wasn't ready to erupt just yet. Chu Feng observed for many days and felt that Mount Jijin was quite extraordinary. It was hidden in the mist and had yet to appear. Otherwise, the mountain would have long since been filled with the fragrance of fruits and stimulated the evolution of a large number of creatures. He didn't want to enter the headquarters of the major corporations because that would be too risky. It would be better to stay here and let the major powers restrain each other and form a balance. Although many people were dissatisfied and constantly tried to persuade him, Chu Feng didn't agree to travel far. He decided to set up a domain on Mount Jijin. According to his speculations, he would be able to completely recover his strength and return to his peak if he could draw out the energy contained within this famed mountain and utilize the special geographical layout. Everyone felt helpless and could only follow him to Mount Jijin. On the way, Linoi came to meet Chu Feng. She was peerlessly beautiful, and her face was exquisite and flawless. It was obvious that she was hesitating and frowning. Chapter 332. Linoi was a rare beauty. She was a goddess-like character both during her university days and after she left the campus. She would attract attention wherever she went. Her skin was fair and lustrous. Her eyes were like dots of lacquer, and her nose was tall. It had been a long time since she left the campus, but she still retained the tranquil elegance of her student days. "Are you doing well?" she asked Chu Feng. It had been a long time since they parted ways on Mount Wudong. "I'm fine," Chu Feng nodded. If he hadn't left the mountain to study domains and come to the outside world, the two might not have had many chances to meet again. They walked side by side. This place wasn't too far from Mount Jijin. Gazing into the distance, the mountains were connected and shrouded in purple mist. The two of them did not talk much and only exchanged simple answers. Lin Naoi looked at Chu Feng. Her heart was somewhat unsettled. Although she knew that he had a firm and resolute character, she did not expect that he would be able to walk a different path. But she couldn't help but shake her head when she thought of a certain power that surpassed this world. No matter how outstanding and extraordinary Chu Feng was, he was still a bit lacking. Linoi brought up domains and began to chat with Chu Feng about this topic. As before, they didn't talk much and only touched on certain matters. Chu Feng saw that she was somewhat apologetic. She wanted to say something to him, but found it difficult to speak. His heart immediately thumped as he had a premonition. Before long, Linoi asked Chu Feng if he really wanted to study domains wholeheartedly after abandoning the path of evolution. Chu Feng replied, "Yes, I want to go deeper. Everyone needs to have something to entrust them to. No matter which field you're in, you'll be able to pour your mind into it when you're focused and serious. You'll be able to enjoy it and forget your worries." Linoi hesitated for a moment and then asked Chu Feng if he would be willing to go to a place that was peaceful and isolated from the world. Chu Feng was dumbfounded and immediately shook his head. Although he had a premonition, he was still quite disappointed because he liked freedom. Linoi whispered and told him that there were books on domains for him to read. There were also special terrains and large amounts of top-grade materials for him to experiment on. "I don't want to go." Hearing this, Linoi said apologetically, "I'm sorry." The two of them fell silent and stopped talking. After a long time, Linoi sighed and asked Chu Feng not to blame her. She told him that it was because she was worried that something would happen to him that she suggested this. Chu Feng was surprised and puzzled. "I know you used to be very strong, but compared to some people, your strength is still a little weak, especially now that there's something wrong with your body." Linoi wanted to say something, but stopped. She turned around and looked into the distance before continuing. "Even with the protection of the old Grandmaster and the others, it might not be safe," she said softly. "There's already such a powerful force in the world." Chu Feng was surprised. Linoi did not respond. Instead, she brought up the past again. In this post-civilization era, there had been several mysterious changes, and the most recent one was 21 years ago. When Chu Feng heard that, his eyes narrowed as he thought of something. That was because some entities had already become kings 21 years ago. However, they didn't appear in the world and had been lying dormant all this time. So much so that he had been guessing whether there were also people who had taken that step and begun to evolve during the earlier changes. He spoke out his suspicions. Linoy shook her head and said, "That's not what I want to say." Soon after, she transmitted her voice telepathically to Chu Feng's mind. She didn't speak. Now, there were beings from the outer realms about to descend, and such people could appear at any time. Everything was because the upheavals had opened up a certain path. This was her spiritual whisper, following which she gazed at Chu Feng with a solemn expression. In truth, during the most recent change, 21 years ago, a certain passage was opened and outer realm entities came through. Linoy's words were like a clap of thunder that exploded in Chu Feng's ears. This was a major event. At this moment, he finally understood why some corporations were so confident. There were leaked rumors that they had powerful foundations. It turned out that this was what they were relying on. There were already people from the outer realms arriving 21 years ago, and they had cooperated with the corporations. No wonder they understood the nature of the upheavals one step ahead of others. Previously, when the world was still normal, Linoy had mentioned pollen and catalysts while talking with her family outside the school grounds. In truth, Chu Feng wasn't a slow learner. He had his suspicions and wanted to connect the dots, but he wasn't sure. Back then, he was on the same train as Zhou Quan on his way back from Tibet. There was an accident along the way, and the train had to stop on the tracks for a night. That night, the plants grew wildly, and a vine even pulled down a man-made satellite in space. In the morning, when they went to the roof of the car to investigate, they were surprised to find a man dressed in ancient clothing carrying a black dagger. At that time, Chu Feng suspected that this was an ancient person, but his suspicions were dispelled after he found a communicator on the person's body. Now that he thought about it, there were too many suspicious points. It was very likely that this person was someone from the outer realms who had been living in this world for a period of time. Perhaps he was searching for a new path, or perhaps he was killed by the enemy. Today, that black dagger was still on Chu Feng's body. It was just that he rarely used it. That was because he had made many associations and was afraid that the dagger would be recognized and attract an ineffable expert. He had always felt that this person had an extraordinary background. While Chu Feng was in a momentary daze, Linoy had already walked quite a distance. He caught up to her, and the two strolled on. Chu Feng's thoughts were multitudinous as he realized many things in a short period of time. Linoy glanced at him and told him that Chu Feng didn't have many paths to choose from. She hoped that he would be safe and that if he could choose, living an ordinary life wouldn't be a bad thing. Where are those people? Chu Feng asked the outsiders where those so-called reserves were hiding. Some are in the vital magnetic holes in the North Pole. Some are in the medicinal gardens that appeared after the domains on the famed mountain split open, and some are in the vicinity of the Qilin lair. Linoy knew some things. She wouldn't speak of them in the past, but today she told Chu Feng. Some of them were things she had long since known, while others were things she had learned recently. Chu Feng didn't say anything. He was pondering over the fact that these so-called reserves weren't ready to come into being yet. They're not coming out because the fruits and pollen in this world are useless to them. They need higher-grade fruits to evolve, Linoy informed. Chu Feng understood. He was pondering whether he could gain the upper hand by taking action after he had studied domains to a sufficient level. If these people didn't have good intentions toward him and wanted to imprison him to nurture their weapons, then he might as well find them first and lay down a large-scale domain to wipe them all out. In any case, these people were all gathered in the Origin Magnetic Caves. These special terrains were the most suitable for laying down terrifying large-scale domains. Linoy left and returned to the Celestial Biology Camp. At this moment, all the major powers were moving out toward Mount Jijin. How is it? Is he willing to let us protect him? Let him enter the mountain and focus on studying domains. The young man with skin as translucent as jade and a dark red mark between his brows asked Linoy with a smile. Linoy shook her head. The white-haired old woman with a ruddy complexion said with a benevolent expression, "That child is truly disobedient. It's time for him to be spanked." With that, a golden beam of light erupted from her eyes. Linoy said after hearing this, Isn't it better to give him some time to cooperate? He needs to be obedient." The old woman spoke lightly with a faint smile. She then said, "Of course, I still need to observe his attainments in the field of domains. If he isn't at the right level, he might not even have the qualifications to be escorted into the mountain." Mount Jijin was very special. Even before the upheavals, its peak was often shrouded in purple clouds. Now, the atmosphere was even more extraordinary. After approaching this place, the plants were lush and green, as though they were carved from excavated jade. They were planted in the soil and possessed both spirituality and jade-like radiance. Even the bare cliffs here were suffused with a lustrous purple glow. There were even spirit mushrooms growing in the crevices of the rocks. Unfortunately, there weren't any wondrous flowers or mutant trees in this area. Otherwise, it would have long since been occupied by the major powers. I must return to my peak here and make another breakthrough. Whatever foundations they have, I'll blast them all to smithereens if they target me. Chu Feng made up his mind. After arriving at Mount Jijin, he began to measure the land and observe the surrounding terrain, analyzing it in detail. This area was indeed extraordinary. It was suffused with a faint multicolored glow, and faintly discernible dragon roars seemed to be coming from the void. There was bound to be a majestic mountain within the mist, drowned and concealed by the domain. This was Chu Feng's judgment. He clearly realized that Mount Jijin was extraordinary and astonishing. It had far exceeded the expectations of the world, and that there was a heaven-defying fortune here. In the following days, the major corporations and powers were transporting large quantities of magnetic stones and jade pieces for Chu Feng to use. During these days, Chu Feng walked through the entire area. He was incomparably shaken as he observed the mountains shrouded in purple mist. That was because he had seen something unimaginable to outsiders. This astonished him and caused great waves to surge in his heart. He was increasingly certain that he would rise to power here. This area looked calm and harmless, but it itself contained domains. It was just that they hadn't been activated and hadn't displayed their might. Otherwise, outsiders wouldn't even be able to set foot here. This was a land of soaring dragons and was simply too suitable for him. The next day, the sea monkey sent by the dragoness of the Eastern Sea returned with hundreds of stone inscriptions. Only the marine race's great strength could carry them over such a long distance. At first, Chu Feng didn't pay much attention, but after studying them, he was immediately attracted. Before long, he was shaken inwardly. There was once an ancient evolved being who could be considered a domain master. He had wanted to break through the true dragon's lair in the Eastern Sea and lay down various large-scale domains around it. He hoped to hide himself within the lair and undergo a great nirvana to evolve. Unfortunately, he failed in the end. He died at the bottom of the Eastern Sea and left behind some of his insights into domains. This was too important to Chu Feng. Others couldn't understand it, but he could see it clearly and figure out many secrets and essence runes. These stone inscriptions didn't talk much about traditional runes. They mainly talked about some mountains and rivers, how to make use of various terrains, and how to determine the earth veins in the future. The path of domains was indeed astonishing. It was too broad, and there were too many things to study. The domain heavenly book he had grasped talked about the wondrous uses of runes. These stone inscriptions, on the other hand, paid particular attention to finding terrains and studying special mountains and rivers. It was too astonishing. Chu Feng studied them for a full 3 days and 3 nights, memorizing everything and comprehending many techniques. He was very grateful to the dragoness of the Eastern Sea. When he stood up once more and stared at Mount Jijin, he discovered something extraordinary. It wasn't as simple as the soaring dragon momentum he had seen before. This place was too wondrous. According to the records on the seabed stone inscriptions, the terrain here was complex and there were many kinds of arrangements. For instance, he saw a rising draconic chi near Jiangning City. That so-called violet chi was the draconic chi drawn from Jiangning, the ancient capital of the 6 dynasties. Later on, he saw scorching heat waves in the south. From the color of the earth and the arrangement of the plants, it was clear that there was an essence of extreme yang hidden here. It could draw upon the sun and absorb abundant sunlight essence. This was all the work of the seabed stone inscriptions. Before this, Chu Feng simply wouldn't have known about it and wouldn't have been able to make such a judgment. Moments later, he discovered surging yin qi in a certain direction. The power of extreme yin was circulating in the depths of the earth. There's a great tomb that can actually provide extreme yin power? Chu Feng was astonished. He was still trying to figure out the flavor from the stone inscriptions. He observed the terrain, the soil quality, the wisps of aura seeping out, and the strength of the magnetic field. He guessed that there was an extraordinary tomb underground that might involve legendary characters. In truth, according to historical records, many famous people were buried on Mount Jijin, ranging from monarchs, nobles, generals, and ministers to unknown Taoists. Chu Feng was sure that this great tomb was related to legends. However, he wasn't prepared to touch it at this stage. He only needed to borrow the terrain here to truly rise again. For hours later, Chu Feng discovered the aura of the Golden Hepta. He was engraving a small domain to test it when he sensed the surging killing intent emerging from the ground in that area. He quickly removed the small domain because he knew that the ground was extraordinary and was nurturing metallic killing intent. Chu Feng searched around here. In the end, he was somewhat astonished because this kind of terrain was exceptionally rare. It was somewhat similar to the legends recorded in the stone inscriptions. He suspected that the domain master who had died outside the Eastern Sea Dragon lair had come here before. That was why there were such records. There were 8 different types of energy in the 8 directions of Mount Jijin. For instance, the draconic qi from Jiangning City, the power of extreme yin emitted from the ancient tomb, and the strange soil containing the essence flames of extreme yang. He found the most central location according to the surrounding terrain and found an origin magnetic cavern suffused with vitality. 8 directions with 8 different types of energy burning the central area, like wind and fire. This is simply like an 8 trigrams furnace. Chu Feng suspected that the legendary Taishang Laojuan's 8 trigrams furnace might not be an actual object, but rather this kind of terrain. That was because, according to the stone inscriptions at the bottom of the sea, this was an extremely rare 8 trigrams furnace. After laying down a suitable domain, one could nurture weapons, the body, and the spirit. Chu Feng was excited and couldn't calm down for a long time. His heart was filled with a sense of satisfaction. This place was simply heaven-defying. He had been hypnotizing himself that he could definitely solve the problem. However, he did not have 100% confidence in the black and white grinding stone in his body. He felt that nurturing it in a famed mountain might not be able to completely perfect it. This was because similar artifacts, such as the mortar jar in the yellow cattle's body that was between energy and matter, were left behind by the golden bodhisattva. In fact, in the other worlds of stars, the successors of the various ancient sacred grounds had similar things in their bodies. They were all left behind by the evolved bodhisattvas and demon saints. On the other hand, Chu Feng's was formed on his own, which made him feel uneasy and uncertain. The reason why he was crippled was because he lacked the foundation of a bodhisattva, but now he was confident. According to the records, this was the location of the revered 8 trigrams furnace. It would definitely be able to refine and perfect the black and white grinding stone. This was the best place to nurture weapons and pills. Apart from this, who would dare claim to be number 1? There was no better terrain than this. Chapter 333. The undulating mountainous terrain contained the revered 8 trigrams furnace. Purple energy curled up in spirals like a gushing inferno, and also like lingering immortal energy. The more Chu Feng looked at the terrain, the more delighted and excited he became. He had never looked forward to something so much. He measured the terrain on foot, observed it repeatedly, and calculated constantly. Regarding domains, one needed meticulous calculations and complex deductions. This was like a science, but it was even more profound. After comprehending deeply, Chu Feng felt that this field was broad and profound. He needed to accumulate and practice on the spot. Only by wholeheartedly immersing himself in it would he be able to increase his attainments. Everyone saw how serious he was and how he hadn't stopped even after walking through the mountainous terrain. While admiring him, they also felt the difficulty of domain research. That was because Chu Feng had left many marks along the way. Each of them was like a sea of stars, densely packed, and giving people headaches just by looking at them. Many evolvers followed him from afar in absolute silence. No one dared disturb him. They saw that Chu Feng's face was taut and did not say a word. They all felt a solemn atmosphere. Chi! Suddenly, a surge of dense, purple energy rushed out from the ground like a reverse waterfall. It rushed toward the sky and was accompanied by a faintly discernible dragon roar. Everyone was shocked. This was truly strange. Just what was Chu Feng doing? People saw that he had only carved some symbols and buried a dozen or so magnetic stones. Yet, it was as though he had dug up a dragon's well and erupted with purple energy. Send someone to guard this place, but don't act rashly. I'll arrange things carefully later, Chu Feng instructed. This was an earth vein leading to Jiangning City. It was connected to the draconic energy of the ancient capitals of the Six Dynasties. Nothing could be seen on the surface, but it was clear that there was a true purple dragon hibernating underground. He has some skill. It seems his attainments aren't bad. It's worth bringing him into the mountains. In the distance, an old woman with white hair and a youthful complexion smiled faintly while leaning on a walking stick. Do you want me to invite him immediately? The young man with a red mark between his brows smiled, revealing his sparkling white teeth. There's no rush. Let's see what arrangements he has made here. He seems to have some tricks up his sleeves. In the end, he won't go against me. The old woman said amiably. Only, her temperament was clearly overbearing, not allowing Chu Feng to resist. Finally, Chu Feng returned to the central area. The Origin magnetic cave was hidden there, which was also the location of the 8 trigrams furnace. He calmed down and carefully pondered on how to make full use of this terrain so that he could safely refine in the revered 8 trigrams furnace. No one rushed him, and everyone waited patiently. All the major corporations had high hopes for Chu Feng because this was the first time someone had laid down a domain on a famed mountain. Moreover, it seemed to be on a very large scale. After pondering for 2 days and 2 nights, Chu Feng finally made his move. In front of him were piles of sparkling and translucent jade stones, all of them fine jade. If they were sold, they would definitely fetch a sky-high price. Yet here, they were used as materials. Chu Feng's movements were skillful. He operated the scarlet flying knife in a graceful manner as he carved and wrote on the various magnetic stones and jade pieces. Fragments flew about in all directions. Energy surged around him and sparkled brilliantly. The various materials became different after being engraved with runes. They were suffused with spiritual radiance and shone resplendently like a cluster of stars. Chu Feng began to take action and set up a comprehensive layout. He personally dug the earth and drew upon the energy contained within the special terrain. There were also people from the corporations helping out and taking care of the transportation. In truth, they wanted to learn in secret, but in the end, these people became dizzy and didn't understand what was going on. That was because the runes were too complicated. The runes on the jade pieces were as dense as a spider's web and shockingly complex. Chu Feng had already mastered them. That was why he could control them and carry out effective combinations and sequencing. Suddenly, someone cried out in alarm. One of his hands had been burned and was emitting flames that couldn't be extinguished no matter how hard he tried. Don't move, Chu Feng berated. That was because, while he was setting up the layout just now, someone had quietly dug up the earth and observed carefully. In the end, they had drawn up the essence flames of extreme yang and were burned. In the end, a king-level expert had to lend a helping hand to extinguish the essence flame. However, his hand was crippled. It was charred black and half of it had disappeared. At this moment, everyone drew in a breath of cold air and revealed astonished expressions. One had to know that this place was quite peaceful just now. The energy here was dense and warm, but in the end, flames actually emerged from the ground after Chu Feng's arrangement. Chu Feng grabbed a handful of earth and felt the scalding temperature. There was a golden glow and wisps of flame within the soil. He buried several top-grade magnetic stones once again. All of you back off. Don't disturb Chu Feng, a king-level expert said with a calm expression. Before long, an accident also occurred in another direction. The soil was pitch black. After Chu Feng carved the runes and buried the jade pieces, the area became somewhat gloomy and cold. Someone accidentally stepped into a pit and frostbitten the soles of his feet. A wave of black energy spread along his right foot and turned into black frost. It sealed his foot and caused him to scream miserably. At this moment, many people were in awe of Chu Feng. It had only been a short time, yet he had already filled this area with a strange power. It was truly somewhat demonic. Those from the Preaching Research Institute were hiding in the distance. They glanced at each other with solemn expressions. That was because they weren't unfamiliar with this area. They had discovered a great tomb here a few years ago and wanted to excavate it. In the end, they suffered disastrous losses, and almost all the people who came were killed. They understood that this was an evil land, but they didn't tell Chu Feng. They wanted to see if his methods were truly profound. Now, they understood that Chu Feng was indeed extraordinary. He had clearly discovered the great tomb and was currently borrowing the power of the Yin Qi. Half a day later, Chu Feng had completed the general layout. He had personally carved domain runes in all 8 directions. He felt a sense of satisfaction as he watched this area gradually become peaceful and dense with energy particles. That was because he knew his great fortune was about to arrive. But very soon, he frowned and stared intently. This terrain made his hair stand on end. Earth, fire, wind, and water, there's everything here. The 8 trigrams furnace is at the center. Once it starts burning, will I be able to endure the raging flames? Chu Feng was suspicious. The more he observed, the more apprehensive he became. There were complicated domains hidden in the 8 directions. These things would be incomparably tyrannical once activated. That's right, there were also ancient domains hidden beneath the domains he had laid out. Fortunately, these domains are isolated from each other and aren't linked together. They haven't formed the furnace flames of the 8 trigrams furnace. Otherwise, this place would be quite ferocious. Chu Feng pondered and felt a bit unresigned. It was rare to encounter such an earth-shattering land of fortune. Could it be that he could only absorb the energy on the surface and not draw upon the things deeper underground? Yes, this 8 trigrams furnace is very wondrous. It can absorb the power of the 8 directions and perhaps nurture a divine weapon, nourish a divine pill, or even dissolve the evil energy of the earth fire. After pondering over the 8 directions, Chu Feng once again gazed at the central origin magnetic cave. He was completely relieved because this 8 trigrams furnace was capable of withstanding everything. At the same time, he was also shaken. It was just a cave, yet could actually dissolve the evil energy within the energy. This was like a supreme treasure that could block off calamities and tribulations. The more Chu Feng observed, the more suspicious he became. Some of the patterns in the cave seemed to be formed naturally, but they were extremely compatible with the domains. It could even be considered perfect. He spent an entire night studying, analyzing, and experimenting many times. He was convinced that this cave was enough to eliminate the danger of the furnace flames. He was completely relieved. Chu Feng decided that he had to activate the ancient domains in all 8 directions and circulate them to produce the greatest fortune. Chi! A beam of sword radiance flew over and slashed at Chu Feng. Someone wanted to kill him. 2 marine race experts suddenly appeared and attacked ruthlessly. Their expressions were cold as they approached. Bang, bang, bang. The Wudong Grandmaster took action. He blocked the attack aimed at Chu Feng's forehead and repelled the incoming person. You dare! The dragoness arrived from the forest. She had been hiding in the shadows all this time. You dare act violently? The others shouted. The corporate powers didn't want anything to happen to Chu Feng. They were still waiting for him to nurture their weapons, and some even wanted to capture him. The assassination was destined to fail, with the various parties taking action. The two marine race experts were killed on the spot. They came from the southern sea, said the dragoness, indicating that they had nothing to do with the eastern sea. After this incident, everyone became vigilant. They didn't want any accidents to happen at the critical moment. Some corporate powers had brought their trump cards and wanted to upgrade their quality here. Chu Feng didn't mind and continued his research. He decided to activate the 8 ancient domains. He began to ponder. Both the domain Heavenly Book and the stone diagram the dragoness had given him had solutions. But he had to optimize them and choose the most reliable plan. At the same time, he wanted to make arrangements so that whoever dared to interfere or assassinate him wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. In truth, the 8 ancient domains would be boundlessly tyrannical once they were activated. Anyone who charged in would meet a tragic end. Chu Feng was apprehensive after studying them in detail. He felt that the destructive power was too great. He didn't even need to make any arrangements to turn this place into an impenetrable fortress. Whoever overestimated their own abilities would be like a moth flying into a flame. So much so that he was considering whether or not he should resolve the situation. What if someone barged in by mistake? In the end, Chu Feng didn't resolve the situation. He only warned everyone to withdraw. He wanted to study alone and not be disturbed. Otherwise, he would have to bear the consequences. There might even be danger. That was because those who trusted him and had a good relationship with him would definitely listen to his advice. Only those with ulterior motives would charge in stealthily. Before long, Chu Feng connected all the ancient domains to the central origin magnetic cave, the 8 trigrams furnace. Afterwards, he carved all kinds of densely packed symbols. As long as he moved slightly near the revered divine furnace, he would be able to draw in the mysterious energy from all 8 directions and completely activate this place. Everything is ready. Only the east wind is missing. Chu Feng was somewhat nervous. Everything had been prepared. As long as he entered the origin magnetic cave, the Mount Zhijin region would soar like a dragon, and the flames of 8 trigrams would engulf the place. It was impossible to say that he wasn't nervous at such a critical moment. That was because this concerned whether or not he would obtain the great fortune of this place. Chu Feng didn't act rashly. Instead, he calmed himself down and deduced everything from the beginning. Then, he checked all the domain symbols once more. It was almost as if he was starting all over again. He was sure that there were no problems. After several days of torment, the people from the major corporations couldn't wait any longer. Chu Feng, when are we going to finish? Someone asked. Chu Feng's heart skipped a beat. No rush. He wasn't in a rush and didn't take action immediately. That was because he had been focused on studying the domains these days and had neglected the situation in the outside world. Why did he feel that the atmosphere was a bit odd? He glanced outside. How much longer? The people from Celestial Biology asked. Actually, we can try to nurture weapons now, but there might be some flaws, replied Chu Feng. Very well, little brother. I have a walking stick here. It was damaged a long time ago. Do you think you can repair it? An old woman in the distance spoke. She was holding a black walking stick in her hand. Very well, I'll try. Let's start with Senior's weapon. Chu Feng nodded. The old woman shook her hand lightly, and the black walking stick flew over and landed in front of Chu Feng. Chu Feng's heart was shaken after seeing the old woman's temperament. She was clad in ancient attire and had white hair and a youthful complexion. Not far away was even Linoy. This caused him to tremble. This was an outer realm entity, the foundation of corporation. Chu Feng didn't activate the ancient domains and only used his weapon nurturing method to nurture this weapon. Even so, the place was suffused with energy and shrouded in multicolored light. It was extraordinarily divine. Everyone was moved as they realized that Chu Feng's arrangements here were quite effective. Chu Feng, can we use this place now? Someone asked. Yes, it's best if you can perfect it for 2 days. Chu Feng didn't mean what he said. He was observing these people's reactions. Aha, very good. You've passed my test, and your attainments in the field of domains are quite high. You'll obtain our protection. It was at this time that the old woman unexpectedly spoke these words. She continued, "Follow me. The outside world is about to become chaotic. I'll bring you to a good place with books on domains and a map of Fame Mountains. It'll be enough for you to display your abilities." What did she mean? Everyone was shaken. Chu Feng frowned. What should come had come. This outer realm entity wanted to capture him and make him serve them. But did they really think he was doing useless work after such a long time? Yeah, Senior, my lord is also interested in him. It was at this time that a golden-haired man walked over with a calm smile. Who are you? Someone shouted. I've come by divine decree to invite Chu Feng to the west. The newcomer introduced himself as Abel. His entire body was shrouded in a layer of divine radiance. His eyes were dark blue, his nose was high, and his facial features were three-dimensional. He was quite handsome. Which god? Even the old woman narrowed her eyes and revealed an odd expression. God hasn't descended yet. He's only sent down a divine decree. The previous messenger was called Yamen. At the same time, Schiller of the Vatican also obeyed God's orders. However, they were both incompetent and fell. Divine messenger Abel spoke unhurriedly. Chu Feng was moved. It was them again. He was the one who killed Yamen and beheaded Schiller. It could be said that he didn't have a good impression of this so-called god. Oh! Chu Feng shouted. At this time, divine messenger Abel was about to step into the forbidden area designated by Chu Feng. Abel smiled. His smile was as bright as the sun as he said, "Ha! Although you have been disrespectful to God and killed his emissary, God is forgiving and merciful. He will not punish you. He even asked me to invite you to enter the folded space to meet him." God, huh? The white-haired old woman shook her head and walked forward. You're too arrogant to call yourself a god. You're just a descender. This person is under my protection and obeys my orders. You can't take him away. At the center, Chu Feng's expression was calm as he watched them ignore him and approach without heed to his warnings. He was already standing on top of the ancient domains. In the distance, the second son of the Elder Dragon King had also arrived. Hei Tung's strength was profound. Accompanied by a group of marine race experts, he said with a smile, "Interesting. Let them fight it out." He also moved forward because he would find an opportunity to attack Chu Feng if necessary. Following which, some people walked forward. The atmosphere suddenly became tense as the atmosphere changed. It was as though a storm was about to break out. As everyone saw it, Chu Feng was in big trouble and would soon face a great calamity. Linoy used her spiritual energy to transmit a message to Chu Feng, advising him to follow the old woman. That was because he wasn't strong enough and couldn't win. After hearing this, Chu Feng's emotions fluctuated and he found it difficult to calm down. Naturally, he refused. At the same time, he warned these people in a serious tone, "Everyone, I'm laying down a domain to nurture weapons here. You guys should leave. The energy here is chaotic and it's not safe. It's very peaceful and warm here. Don't tell me you think this place can harm a god's emissary?" Abel's smile was brilliant. He held a lantern in his hand, which contained black flames and a terrifying aura. He was extremely confident that he could resist all attacks. "Chu Feng, come with me. I'll protect you." The old woman was very benevolent, but there was also a certain suppressive might hidden within. It was as though there was no room for doubt and a hidden tyranny. At this time, she, the divine emissary, and some people who didn't listen to her entered the domain. Chu Feng shrugged and sighed. "I'm doing this for your own good. It's not safe here. You don't need to say more. Just come with me," said the old woman calmly. "Chu Feng, God will let bygones be bygones. Come with me to the west." Abel's face was full of smiles. The two of them didn't take Chu Feng's words seriously. At this time, Hei Tung and the other experts had also entered. Chu Feng shrugged with a sincere expression. He wanted to say something, but hesitated as he looked at those people. Chapter 334. Shu Feng's awkward appearance was seen by some people. They naturally felt that he was helpless and had a headache, believing that he couldn't control the situation. In the distance, there was an old man with a sage-like demeanor. He was dressed in ancient clothing and possessed an elegant and otherworldly temperament. He was currently educating his granddaughter. See, these so-called domain researchers are the most useless. They look impressive, but they're actually nothing much. They're very weak before absolute power. What can he do with so many people trying to force him to abdicate? He's become meat on the chopping block. He was tall and possessed an immortal aura. He was dressed in ancient clothing, causing the distant Shu Feng to feel apprehensive. He couldn't help but think that perhaps he was also an ancient person from the outer realms. There was a little girl beside the old man. She looked to be around 12 or 13 years old and was ridiculously beautiful. She was already amorous at such a young age. She wore smoky makeup, charming eyes, dyed red nails, and bright lipstick. Her attire was exceptionally mature and excessively enchanting. Additionally, she was extremely rebellious. She blinked her large eyes and then rolled them at the old man. I don't care. I just like domain researchers. Save him. I want to take him as my master. Nonsense. Our inheritance is known to be peerless. How can we allow you to join another sect? The sage-like old man glared at her. He no longer possessed any immortal aura. Then I'll marry him. I understand his past. He's too handsome. I like this kind of demon king. The extremely beautiful problem lady giggled. You dare. The old man was furious. In the end, he said with a cold snort, watch carefully. What will he look like when I go over and display my suppressive might? He's destined to crawl on the ground and submit to me. At that time, will you still think he's the cool demon king Chu? The white-haired old man walked forward with a faint smile. He also stepped forward and entered the domain. He was displeased with Chu Feng and wanted to cause trouble for him. Upon closer inspection, he was actually a Taoist priest in his Taoist robes. Old man, be careful. Don't fail to suppress others and instead be suppressed by them. The 12 or 13-year-old girl smiled brilliantly as she mocked her grandfather. Her body was curvy, and she had matured prematurely, but her face was very young. Even if she was excessively beautiful and had a great figure, one could still tell that she was young at a glance. Chu Feng revealed a strange expression. Including the old woman and the old man in the Taoist robe, it seemed like two ancient people had appeared. He was feeling around to see if there were more. Fortunately, there was no third person. At this moment, the people in the field were all confident of their status and were relatively calm. Even though they were afraid of each other, they didn't care when they looked at Chu Feng. They were completely looking down on him. The old woman had an amiable expression on her face, but her words carried a hint of threat as she said, "Young man, you should know your limits. Some choices will affect your entire life. If you make a wrong choice, you will regret it for the rest of your life." She looked at Chu Feng with a smile. At this time, she had come from the northwest and had stepped into the key area of the ancient domains. The revered 8 trigrams furnace had strange powers in all 8 directions. Right now, where she was standing, there was a great tomb buried beneath the ground, and it could draw out the power of extreme Yin. Chu Feng laughed inwardly. This old woman was flaunting her seniority, thinking she could easily control him. She didn't know that she had already entered the pot and was waiting to be cooked. If he wasn't waiting for the others to get into position and successfully enter the domain, he would have long since made his move to wipe them out. Chu Feng, I've given you a chance. Don't misunderstand. It's difficult to disobey the divine decree. You must know how to cherish it, Abel said gently. He had a head of brilliant golden hair, a pair of spirited blue eyes, a high-nosed bridge, and snow-white skin. He was indeed quite handsome, causing the distant female evolvers to reveal odd expressions. After all, he had proclaimed himself to be a divine emissary, and his origins were astonishing. Everyone's in position. Chu Feng suddenly realized that these people had all walked to their respective positions. He muttered softly, but not many people heard him clearly. Those with excellent divine instincts heard him and naturally felt it was odd. Why was everyone in position? At this time, Haitung's second brother, the Southern Sea's second prince, Haitung, had also arrived. He was calm and unruffled amidst the chaos with a mocking smile. He was looking down on Chu Feng. Haitung had already noticed that all parties wanted to fight over Chu Feng. That old woman and the divine emissary were the most tyrannical and wouldn't give way. In the end, Chu Feng wouldn't have a good ending. Mortal, you'll never know how weak you are. Do you think you can change the world just because you've grasped a domain? How laughable. Haitung mocked unabashedly. He wasn't afraid that others would hear him. He also walked forward and threatened Chu Feng. Chu Feng stood in place with a gloomy expression. To outsiders, he looked like he was panicking and didn't know what to do. In truth, he was looking for a suitable candidate. He wanted to see who was the most eyesore and the first to be taught a lesson. And now, he was picking and choosing. If this group of people were to find out that the Chu Feng they were looking down on was actually treating them like goods and judging them with a critical gaze, they would probably be furious. During this time, the old Grandmaster, the Dragoness, and the others were communicating telepathically to save Chu Feng. However, they were all rejected and told not to approach. Linoy revealed a worried expression. She glanced at Chu Feng and tried to persuade him once again to admit defeat and leave with the old woman. She was also rejected. I'll say it one last time. Everyone, please don't act recklessly. This place is very odd. Although I've studied domains, I can't see through this place. You guys should leave as soon as possible. Chu Feng reminded them one last time out of goodwill. He appeared sincere and somewhat helpless, but in the eyes of some people, he seemed to have a guilty conscience and was at his wit's end. The old woman revealed a disdainful expression. She was no longer benevolent because she felt that Chu Feng wasn't obedient enough and lacked education after his repeated rejections. She wanted to punish him. Divine Envoy Abel seemed quite gentle, but a flash of disdain flashed past his disdainful expression. He felt that Chu Feng was quite foolish and didn't know he was already in danger. My darling granddaughter, did you see? It said the useless scholar is the same as a domain researcher. At this time, he's like meat on the chopping block, waiting to be chopped up and thrown into the pot. The sage-like old Taoist stroked his beard and narrowed his eyes with a smile as he educated his distant granddaughter. Chu Feng's expression darkened after hearing this. He had already begun to activate the domains. At first, he was hesitating on who to test the waters with, but now he had his eyes on the old man in Taoist robes. Patterns appeared on the ground in that area and began to glow, displaying the power of the domains. Following which, a large cluster of solar essence flames rushed out from the soil and scuttled toward the old man's butt. Ouch! This old man in Taoist robes was originally quite conceited and possessed the temperament of an immortal. But now, he immediately let out a loud cry and jumped up. His voice was extremely miserable. The old Taoist scuttled and jumped while crying out loudly. Before, he was like an old immortal, but now, that kind of temperament was completely swept away. Ouch! It was as if he was imitating the cries of a ghost. He really couldn't stand it anymore. His butt had been set on fire, and it was none other than the purest solar essence flames. Moreover, there was a large amount of it. Everyone was dumbfounded as they stared at him. What was wrong with this old immortal? Was his butt on fire? Grandpa, damned old man, weren't you going to display your suppressive might and make my master submit at your feet? How come your butt is on fire? The delinquent girl shouted from behind. She actually seemed to be taking joy in his misfortune. Little Demonis, your grandpa is suffering. What kind of attitude is this? The old Taoist was so angry that he wanted to beat someone up. The pain was unbearable, and his whole body lit up as he erupted with a terrifying aura. He wanted to extinguish the solar flames. At this moment, everyone was overwhelmed. This old man was ridiculously powerful and had surpassed their imaginations. He was simply like a demonic god. In the distance, the old woman and the divine emissary were all astonished. They had a bad premonition and wanted to escape, but it was already too late. Although Chu Feng had activated the domains one after the other, there wasn't much of a difference in time. The ancient domains in all 8 directions were awakened at about the same time. The current scene in this area was somewhat terrifying. Some areas were surging with extreme energy and suffused with black mist. It was so cold that it covered the sky and covered the sun. Meanwhile, there were other places where the solar essence flames were boiling. The ground was covered in a golden yellow color, and surging heat waves were so hot that even the void was warping. Everyone's spirit was shaken. They were stunned and then felt their hair stand on end. What kind of area was this? Why did it suddenly become so terrifying? Many people wanted to escape, but they discovered that they simply couldn't. After the formation of a domain, it was extremely terrifying. It was even more extraordinary in this terrain. The effects were naturally different because the laws of the domains were different. The void seemed to have been cut off, forming an astonishing phenomenon here. 8 clusters of flames soared into the sky and burned the firmament. It was extremely terrifying, and at the center, origin magnetic light condensed to form a simple and unadorned furnace. It was divine and flawless, shocking everyone to the point where their souls began to palpitate. This was simply unimaginable. The flames in the 8 directions surged into the sky and turned into 8 trigram runes to provide energy for the divine furnace. It was as if the Elder Lord was refining pills and immortals. It was too demonic. This was clearly a mountainous region, just a piece of terrain. How could such a strange phenomenon appear? Many experts cried out miserably. All living beings who charged into this area, no matter how powerful they were now trapped and immediately injured. There were 8 types of flames in the 8 directions. There was the bone-chilling black flames of extreme the unstoppable heat of the solar essence flames, the sonorous metallic flames, and the purple dragon flames. It was too terrifying and strange. Among them, that sage-like old man jumped the most happily and cried out the loudest. It wasn't that he was about to die. In truth, his injuries were the lightest, and he could still do his best to extinguish the flames. That was because he was the last one to enter and hadn't entered the most dangerous area. He was in the gap between the flames of extreme yin and extreme yang, alternating between hot and cold. His buttocks had been burned and hadn't been extinguished yet. This made him feel uncomfortable and angry. He originally wanted to use Chu Feng as a negative example to educate his granddaughter, but in the end, he himself became a negative example. "Grandpa, old man, are you all right? Even your buttocks smell of cooked meat." His bewitching granddaughter laughed happily as she taunted him. "You little evil creature." The old Taoist was anxious and angry. He scolded his granddaughter and cursed Chu Feng at the same time. "Sai, I've been implicated by you guys and trapped here. I reckon I'll be refined into a human pill." Chu Feng spoke. He was inside the Origin Magnetic Cave, and now this place had turned into an 8 trigram furnace. Divine radiance illuminated everything, and raging flames raged outside. It was obvious that he was pretending because he didn't know if this group of people could all be burned to death. For safety's sake, he also acted like he was trapped here and in great danger. "Sigh." Chu Feng sighed, but his eyes were looking around as he observed the state of the people. Those who had charged in were in a miserable state. The old woman's hair was disheveled and her entire body was char-black. She struggled with great difficulty as she was drowned in the power of extreme yin. In the end, even her hair had been burned away by the flames of extreme yin. Her delicate and rosy face had dried up and lost its luster. She was screaming miserably. On the other side, the so-called divine messenger's arm had been burned off. He was located within the essence flames of extreme yang. Waves of golden flames soared up from the ground and enveloped him. He wanted to take this opportunity to escape, but he was forced back by the power of the domain and drowned in the flames. His long hair had long since disappeared. His body was covered in wounds, and a charred stench assailed the nostrils. He held a lantern in his hand with the flames of extreme yin inside. Originally, it could protect him and make him impervious to all techniques, because this was an astonishing magical weapon. But now, It was useless because he was standing within the essence flames of extreme yang and was drowned in the flames of extreme yang. Even the lantern had dimmed and was about to be extinguished by the impact. However, the lantern still had some use. Otherwise, he would have long since been burned to ashes. Brother Chu Feng, save me. Goddamn divine messenger. I don't want to be one anymore. Bring me out of here. Divine messenger, Abel cried out miserably. Now, his beliefs had completely collapsed after he had burned off one of his arms. That was because he didn't want to die. The only one who could save him here was the domain researcher Chu Feng. I'm also in a miserable state. I'm trapped in the furnace and can't escape. Chu Feng was even howling from time to time. In truth, the current Chu Feng was so excited that he wanted to shout out loud. Beside him, the red flying knife was becoming increasingly bright red. It was glistening and glistening as it was refined by the revered furnace. Additionally, the diamond chakram on his wrist had been removed and placed into the furnace. Along with the fluctuations of mysterious energy, it became increasingly snow white, and even some mysterious patterns appeared on it. The revered 8 trigrams furnace refining the diamond chakram. This is simply heaven's will. He couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. As for the black and white grinding stone within his body, it was rotating rapidly. It was taking shape and even remodeling itself. In the distance, Haitong cried out miserably as he rolled about on the ground. Unfortunately, he had fallen into the metallic flames and was charred black. The flames also contained metallic energy, which resembled sword radiance. It hacked at him until he was howling miserably as his limbs were all cut off. The others were also in a miserable state. Many experts had already turned to ashes. Little friend, do you have a way to bring me out? This old woman apologizes to you. The old woman cried out miserably. She couldn't stand it any longer. Her body was about to be corroded by the power of extreme Yin from the Great Tomb. Senior, I'm still waiting for you to save me. Bring me to your divine mountain. I'll go with you. Chu Feng cried out loudly as if he were also trapped. In truth, he was feeling quite comfortable. He was incomparably excited as he looked at the shiny, snow-white chakram engraved with patterns. At the same time, the black and white grinding stone within his body was transforming. It could provide him with an opportunity to become a saint in the future. Everything was so beautiful, and he wasn't really miserable at the moment. There were 8 different types of flames in 8 directions. This wasn't laid down by Chu Feng, but rather the power of the ancient domains. It transformed into the 8 trigrams and provided an endless stream of mysterious energy to burn the revered divine furnace at the center. If one were to look at it from a distance, they would see a wondrous scene. The mountains and rivers transformed into the 8 trigrams and nurtured the divine furnace. It was as if an elder was refining pills and refining a true immortal. Little brother, stop. This old man was wrong and shouldn't have used you as a negative example. I'm the true negative example. Let me out and let my granddaughter marry you. The old Taoist with his buttocks on fire was crying out miserably. His immortal Tao aura was completely gone. Moreover, he didn't have any moral integrity and wanted to use his granddaughter in exchange. Ayo! This was Chu Feng's reply. He let out a howl from within the furnace to express that he couldn't escape for the time being and had no way to help. It was just that his cry was a bit exaggerated and the old man sensed it. He discovered that Chu Feng was pretending and wanted to curse out loud. This was too shameful. Ayo! The old Taoist cried out miserably and called out to Chu Feng once again. However, he was cursing in his heart. Ouch! Chu Feng responded. This time, it was the others who were suspicious because his moans were too ecstatic. He had been at a low ebb for a long time and was finally about to pass. He was begging for the monthly votes. Chapter 335. A large number of experts cried out miserably. The 8 different flames around a revered 8 trigrams furnace burned the group of beast kings to the point where they were crying and wailing. Within the origin magnetic cave, Chu Feng wanted to die. In order to compete with them in misery, he also cried out incessantly. His voice was so loud that it spread throughout the entire area. Two different kinds of cries resulted in two completely different results. Some of the Beast Kings had already suffered the calamity and turned into ashes. Meanwhile, Chu Feng's body was extremely comfortable as various types of energy particles surged into his body. Outside the domain, everyone was stunned. Just what was going on? Listening to the wails of the Beast Kings, it was undoubtedly a human tragedy. But after hearing Chu Feng's cries, they felt that something was wrong. Ayo! Chu Feng's cries were fluctuating up and down as if something wasn't right. Some people wanted to bite him to death after hearing this. The old Taoist, for instance, had already confirmed that Chu Feng was unharmed and that it was all an act. He wanted nothing more than to rush over and slap him into 14 pieces. Even the old woman, who had been burned senseless and was a bit slow, was stunned and unable to calm down. This ghostly cry was simply too demonic. As for God's messenger Abel, he wanted to curse out loud. He was about to be burned to death. What did he hear before his death? It was too filthy and shameful. I can't take it anymore. Brother Chu Feng, you're proficient in the study of domains. Don't you have a way? Quickly, come and save me. A king-level expert was rolling on the ground and revealed his true form. It was a large rooster with torrential flames all over its body. He had turned into a large torch with half of his body burned away. Brother Chicken, I can't block the calamity either. I'm about to die from exhaustion because of you guys. The meat has already been cooked. Ayo! Chu Feng howled dryly. The meat was indeed cooked, but it wasn't his. He could smell the fragrant aroma of chicken meat and sighed inwardly. That was a chicken king with 6 severed shackles. There was no way he was going to rescue them. He had already warned everyone not to step into this place. Anyone who had good intentions towards him would definitely not come in. Those who had evil intentions did not listen to his advice. Now that they were in trouble, they were asking for it. Chu Feng's heart was filled with a sense of harvest. Raging flames were raging outside the furnace while the inside was steaming with rosy clouds. All kinds of secret energy were circulating about, causing him to float into the air. The evolution of his weapons was obvious. He had long since removed the diamond chakram and placed it in the center of the 8 trigrams cauldron, allowing it to rise and fall. Sometimes it landed on the ground, and sometimes it rose several feet above the ground. It was wrapped in multicolored clouds and surrounded by immortal-like white mist. On the snow-white bracelet, traces of lines appeared. They were complex and profound, and even he could not see through them. He would have to slowly study them in the future. He knew that the so-called ultimate trash was a bit odd and wasn't as simple as he had imagined. Now, it was being refined in the supreme precious furnace. A few miraculous aspects appeared, becoming more and more unfathomable. In a trance, he saw the patterns on the diamond chakram transform into an image. Purple chi came from the east, clouds gathered for 30,000 li, and then condensed into a snow-white bracelet. At the same time, beside it, the bright red flying sword was also changing, and it was changing very violently. Amidst the clanging sounds, the dark red sword body shrunk. Accompanied by the burning flames, some dark red substances were peeled off. The scarlet knife shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. Some of the scarlet substance was peeled off amidst the raging flames. The scarlet knife became smaller and smaller at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was becoming increasingly red and glistening. Some of the red substance fell to the ground like a beautiful piece of jade being peeled off, revealing the scarlet flesh within. This was an astonishing transformation. The scarlet knife was extraordinary and shouldn't have so many impurities. This was clearly an improvement. Chu Feng felt that the weapon-nurturing domain couldn't achieve this. It was entirely the work of the revered 8 trigrams cauldron. This kind of natural cauldron was the most suitable for weapon nurturing and pill refinement. It was indeed a secret realm of fortune. Unfortunately, he didn't have any mutant fruits on him. Otherwise, he might have turned them into a cauldron of spirit pills. Next time, I'll try plucking mutant fruits and refining them in the 8 trigrams cauldron. I don't hope for a 9 transformations golden pill. It's enough as long as it can help me evolve. An odd expression appeared on Chu Feng's face. The black and white grinding stone in his body was being reconstructed. Once it was completely formed, it would be fine for him to directly consume mutant fruits and spirit pills. There was no need to use pollen to evolve. Yellow Cattle had said that this kind of item was the most extraordinary. It could help the owner purify energy and essence blood and remove all kinds of harmful substances. Everything was developing in a good direction. Chu Feng was looking forward to it. The black grinding stone rotated within his body and was shrouded in mist. It was like yin and yang energy, divided into 2 colors and becoming increasingly mysterious. Roar! Chu Feng couldn't hold it in any longer and let out a miserable cry. He cooperated with the group of people outside and resonated with them. How shameful! Outside the domain, Jiang Luotian spat lightly. Although it sounded like Chu Feng was in a miserable state, she still felt it was odd. Her flawless and beautiful face blushed. She felt that this fellow was quite odd and didn't seem to be howling miserably on the verge of death. There were others paying close attention to Chu Feng and listening carefully. It was indeed a howl of anguish, but why was it so soul-stirring? Only the problem lady was sighing in admiration. This voice is so magnetic and pleasant to listen to. It's so sexy. Within the domain, the old Taoist gnashed his teeth and said, "Little Demonis, you're really embarrassing me. Can't you be a bit more reserved? You have sage blood flowing in your veins. You want to suppress the heaven's pride of all realms. I'll let you enter the mortal world to experience it and not to tempt you. Look at your attire. Look at your attitude. What a scandal." TSK, the 11 or 12-year-old rebellious girl, curled her lips and didn't take it seriously at all. Her large eyes were charming, and her figure was tall and curvaceous. She was quite mature and enchanting. The old Taoist furiously rebuked, "Your grandfather has been burned to such a state. How can you be so heartless? Old man, you're so powerful. You'll definitely be fine. At most, your butt will bloom. You'll be fine after resting in bed for a period of time." The problem lady clapped her hands and laughed. The old man in the Taoist robe was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. He really had no temper left. Ah! Miserable cries rang out from around the 8 trigrams furnace. Many people had been burned to death. One could see piles of ashes in certain areas. Apart from that, there was nothing left. Everyone, don't just stand there. Let's join hands and save them. Some people were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. Their faces were pale. That was because their troops had been trapped within. Quick, let's attack together and destroy this place. Disintegrate this domain and save the group of beast kings. This is a great merit. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda, someone replied. Apparently, a considerable number of experts from various powers had charged into the domain. Additionally, those who had entered were all leaders and influential characters of their time. If they were to fall inside, the effects would be too great. However, they were engulfed by the flames when they took action. They were literally drawing fire to themselves. Numerous patterns appeared on the ground, emitting radiance. They weaved together and rushed out of the inferno, enveloping some of the rescuers within. "Oh no!" someone cried out miserably. At this moment, they experienced the sufferings of those trapped within the domain. Some bird kings wanted to rush into the sky, but couldn't even fly. They were firmly locked down to the ground by a certain power. It was as though they had sunk into a swamp. They couldn't move at all as they were engulfed by the flames. "Save us." It was too miserable. More than 10 of the experts who had taken action just now were engulfed by the 8 trigrams flames and followed in the footsteps of the others. There were a large number of evolved beings in the mountainous region. Now, all of them were trembling in fear as they looked at the miserable state of the beast kings and listened to their cries. Just what was going on? How could the domain be so terrifying? Many people, such as the hollow jade temple master and the corporate heads, gazed at the scene with heavy hearts. This place had overturned their understanding. How can a large-scale domain be so terrifying? The person who constructed it can use the terrain to kill with a single thought. It's too terrifying. Someone sighed. Could it be Chu Feng's doing? Said the hollow jade temple master. That shouldn't be the case. He himself has encountered danger and is trapped there. It's hard to say if he can come out alive. Chi Honglin's eyes flickered. He mentioned some old matters. Back then, they had come to this area to dig up a legendary tomb. In the end, they were almost wiped out. Everyone became silent after hearing this. That should be the work of an ancient domain researcher. He carved down all kinds of mysterious symbols that can still display their might in this era. Originally, they had thought that although those proficient in domains were talents, they were only there to serve the evolved beings. For instance, they could draw upon the essence of the earth flames to nurture weapons. But now they were horrified. This kind of person was somewhat heaven-defying. Only Chu Feng is proficient in domains on earth, but he's also trapped. Who can save them? At this moment, everyone was in despair. Second Prince, hold on, someone from the marine race cried out. They came from the southern sea. Some were anxious to protect their master and once again went all out. However, it was futile. They were like moths flying into a flame. They were burned until they howled and died miserably on the spot. They couldn't solve the problem. How hateful! Hei Chi cried out loudly. He had revealed his true form after being burned, but the result was even worse. The 100-meter long black flood serpent rolled about. Flames lingered in the air as metallic chi shot out violently. He was cut into dozens of pieces and finally lay motionless. Swoosh! Raging flames soared into the sky. Hei Chi's bones were broken and his flesh vanished. He was completely dead. God, go to hell. Whoever can save me will be my god. Chu Feng, come and do me a favor. I'm only following orders to kidnap you to the west. This has nothing to do with me. Oracle Abel cried out miserably. He couldn't hold on any longer. Crack! The lantern in his hand disintegrated and the flames of extreme Yin dissipated. They collided with the essence flames of extreme Yang and caused a huge explosion. Oracle Abel cried out miserably. Most of his body was gone, and only his chest was left. He was on the verge of death and was gasping for air. God, you despicable bastard. Those who work for you never have a good ending. First it was Schiller, then it was Yaman, and now it's my turn. Ah, you damn God. This was Abel's final resentment. He then turned into a skeleton and was burnt to death. His death was too miserable, and he left the world with a curse. Chu Feng, quickly think of a way. I apologize to you. I shouldn't have tried to take you away by force. Please save me. The old woman's body glowed several times, but she still didn't die. This made people sigh in admiration. She was holding a green vine in her hand that seemed to be able to die in her place. It glowed 3 times in succession, drawing away the flames and concentrating them on the vine. Old lady, I'm about to die too. I'm about to be refined into a human flesh pill. Can't you smell the fragrance of meat? Old lady, please save me. I must follow you into the divine mountain. Chu Feng's howls were too ear-piercing. What divine mountain? These were undisguised mockery. What qualifications did she have to take Chu Feng away? She was already finished. Bang! Finally, the green vine was burnt to a crisp. The old woman's withered body could no longer withstand the heat. She began to emit ghostly wails as she burst into flames. What's that smell? Chu Feng's nose opened and closed. Finally, he let out a miserable cry. He looked at himself and actually smelled the fragrance of pills and even meat. He was flustered and wanted nothing more than to immediately extinguish the furnace fire. Was he really going to be roasted? Oh my God, I'm really going to be cooked. Damn! He cursed angrily and almost threw himself into the fire. At this moment, he felt his eyes hurting so much that they were about to split open, following which he felt as if his eyes were being pricked by needles. The pain was unbearable and golden light was bursting out. Chu Feng cried out miserably and rolled about on the ground. Everyone in the outside world was shocked. They discovered that he was most likely done for because there were also some flames on his body. Just as Chu Feng was about to cut off the source of the flames, his eyes began to cool down. They actually didn't hurt anymore, and then two beams of golden light shot out from his eyes. He was dumbfounded. What was going on? How did his vision become so strong? Fiery eyes? Chu Feng suspected that the revered 8 trigrams furnace had refined his eyes to be somewhat special. When he looked outside and his gaze fell upon the crowd, his expression became odd. How could he see through clothes? That's Jiang Luoshan. He saw Jiang Luoshan. She was tall and slender, and her chest was lustrous and towering. Truly vigorous and majestic, Chu Feng felt that it was somewhat dazzling to his eyes. While sighing in admiration, he felt very guilty and felt that he shouldn't have glanced randomly. However, he accidentally glanced again and again. Chapter 336. My sins, my sins. Chu Feng chanted twice in his heart. Just now, he had accidentally seen a scene that would easily cause him to grow a pinprick. It had truly irritated his eyes. However, he couldn't help but raise his head after reciting his sins. He consoled himself that he couldn't be blamed for this because he needed to see what was going on outside. Oh my, will I be struck by lightning? Chu Feng muttered to himself as he gazed ahead. The golden light in his eyes became increasingly brilliant. The group of people was also staring at him. For example, Jiang Luoshan was right in front of him. She was somewhat suspicious because she had seen the flames around him and thought that he was about to face tribulation. But why did he seem so off? That gaze was truly evil. Amiba. Chu Feng lowered his head in repentance. Only the gods knew whether he was sincere or not. His nose felt itchy, and he wondered if he was going to have a nosebleed. Fortunately, 2 streams of flames spurted out of his nose. They weren't dark red blood, but fire energy. Damn it, I'm burning up. Chu Feng wore a bitter expression as he chanted the thunderous breathing technique and focused on his body. The outside world was too dirty, so he wanted to purify himself. He could feel that his body was still undergoing changes because the flames were curling around him and drilling into his body from time to time. It was as if he was being burned. Fortunately, the revered 8 trigrams furnace was extraordinary and was able to filter out the evil energy within the flames without causing any fatal injuries. The stone inscriptions at the bottom of the sea had mentioned that this kind of mystical terrain and the revered divine furnace were the most suitable for nurturing weapons and refining pills. How could he refine pills with the evil energy rushing in? The medicinal herbs would inevitably turn into ashes. However, as the energy interweaved, the flames became increasingly intense. This made Chu Feng feel somewhat guilty because he was about to be drowned in it. Wisps of cold air spread towards his eyes. The furnace was still refining him and had yet to end. The golden light in his eyes was becoming more and more intense. Don't tell me I'm going through Monkey Sun's experience? Chu Feng was apprehensive. He had never eaten a 9 transformations golden pill before. Would something bad happen if he continued to refine himself like this? Oh no, the smell of the flesh is getting stronger, he cried. There was the smell of roasted meat and also the smell of medicinal pills. It was too strange, and the smell grew stronger and stronger. Chu Feng didn't know if he would be roasted first, or if he would gain the medicinal properties first. He felt that the human body itself was a type of great medicine. Refining it like this might be beneficial and promote evolution. For example, the great increase in his vision might have been caused by refining his body into an elixir. I'll hold on a little longer. If I really can't take it anymore, I'll end it. Chu Feng drew a warning line for himself. If he exceeded it, he would definitely extinguish the furnace fire and not take the risk. The surface of his body was a bit dark, and his skin seemed to have been cooked. However, he discovered that the inside of his body was sparkling and translucent, and the blood flowing through his body was accompanied by pure energy. His fleshly body had been burned by the fire, but it had become a little more resilient. At the same time, Chu Feng noticed that the black and white grinding stone had been reshaped and condensed into form. It was almost complete. Suddenly, the flames in the furnace surged and engulfed him. Everyone in the outside world was astonished. Many people cried out in alarm, feeling that Chu Feng was in danger. Even Chu Feng himself was shocked out of his wits. It was too sudden. The 8 trigrams furnace surged with torrential flames and engulfed him within. The black and white grinding stone in his body had completely taken shape and began to rotate rapidly. It absorbed the flames and the energy within the furnace like a bottomless pit. It's the cause. Chu Feng was astonished. The black and white grinding stone was close to perfection and was now undergoing its final refinement. It was absorbing the furnace fire frantically to make itself flawless. He was somewhat nervous as he observed the objects within his body. Chu Feng had come here to lay down such a large array, activate the ancient domains, and burn the revered 8 trigrams furnace. It was all to nurture the black and white grinding stone, allowing it to take complete form and thus resolve its hidden dangers. Now, it was the most critical moment. The small grinding stone was rotating within his body. Although it was only 10 centimeters in diameter, it possessed an extraordinary aura at this moment. It was as though it could grind down all things in the world and crush all obstructions. It possessed a majestic feeling. Hazy mist, dazzling fiery light, as well as rich energy wrapped it up together. That place was hazy. In the end, the black and white grinding stone became translucent and completely formed. At this moment, Chu Feng felt refreshed, and the long-lost feeling of weakness had disappeared. Energy surged into his body from the outside and surged into his limbs and bones after being crushed by the grinding stone. At this moment, the quality of the energy within his body was shockingly high. It was much stronger than before. His body was full and completely recovered. That was because his energy had returned and he had recovered to his peak. To be precise, he was even stronger than before. That was because the energy was now purer than before. Now, its might would be even greater when mobilized. Additionally, he had a feeling that he could use this to sever the shackles at the back and break through directly if he wanted to. But he didn't act rashly under such circumstances because he didn't want to expose himself. The black and white grinding stone was no longer harmful to him after it had been completely formed. In truth, the current grinding stone had brought him great benefits. It could draw in large amounts of energy particles in an instant and purify them in an instant. At the same time, his muscles and bones were trembling as the grinding stone collided with them. It was as though they were being polished and hammered to make them more tenacious. Chu Feng truly understood that Yellow Cattle's words were correct. This kind of object could provide an opportunity to become a saint. There were many benefits to having it in his body. No wonder the golden bodhisattvas and demonic sages among the evolved beings would do everything they could to leave such an object for their descendants. Next, Chu Feng discovered that the rotation of the black and white grinding stone had slowed down. Moreover, it had turned from sparkling and translucent to gloomy and gloomy. His heart stirred. According to the ancient records, this was the self-concealment of a divine object. It had already taken shape and there were no more problems. However, it was self-concealing and looked increasingly simple as though it had experienced thousands of years of life. Later on, a layer of hazy mist enveloped it and isolated it from the outside world. Is there a need to do this? It's too extraordinary, so it's concealing itself? Chu Feng was astonished. Very soon, he discovered an abnormality. The mist was emitting a faint glow and finally transformed into something like a fetal membrane that wrapped around the grinding stone. At the same time, the energy within his body was constantly being absorbed by the grinding stone. What's going on? It's hibernating and even absorbing energy from the outside world. Chu Feng was bewildered. Afterwards, the grinding stone severed its connection with the 8 trigrams furnace and hid within his body. It was only borrowing his energy and seemed to be undergoing the final refinement. Now his body was filled with energy and was even stronger than before. Chu Feng felt that it was best to pass this period in peace. He wasn't in a hurry to tear the next shackles and wanted to wait for the grinding stone to complete its transformation. That was because he was afraid that the blood in his body would surge too violently and affect the final transformation of the black and white grinding stone. His body was calm and balanced. He came back to his senses and paid attention to the outside world. Within the furnace, the flames danced and the diamond chakram became increasingly bright. Finally, it fell to the ground with a clang, and the patterns on its surface gradually retracted and disappeared. This great weapons refinement in the 8 trigrams furnace had ended. Chu Feng picked it up and felt that something was different. The shiny bracelet had gained a certain connection with him, and he felt that he could retrieve it with his mind if he struck it out. At the same time, the bracelet's power had definitely increased. As for the specifics, he would have to test it out in the real world. He felt a sense of peace of mind. With the diamond chakram in hand, he could fear no other weapon. There's actually such a feeling while holding it. Could it be that it's powerful to this extent? Chu Feng was puzzled. Ding! Following which, the scarlet flying knife fell to the ground. It was different from before. It had shrunk from the size of a palm to the length of a finger and was glistening with moisture. There was a fair amount of red material on the ground which had fallen off. Apparently, it had been refined to an astonishing level by the revered 8 trigrams furnace. Chu Feng held in his hand and felt that it was terrifyingly sharp. Its quality was much higher than before. He believed that he could decapitate an enemy with a single strike. He could even decapitate a peak expert with 6 severed shackles. With a slight activation, the scarlet light gushed out and dyed the ground red. Apart from this, the purple gold lightning hammer had become much smaller, and there were fragments on the ground. At this moment, it was shrouded in lightning, and needless to say, its power was even more astonishing. Unexpectedly, the pristine jade bottle's exterior hadn't changed at all. Just like the diamond chakram, the material hadn't decreased, and no impurities had fallen off. This bottle isn't simple. As for the black sword, he didn't take it out to refine because the scarlet flying knife was enough. Moreover, that item belonged to an outer realm expert. He was worried that it would attract unnecessary trouble if it was recognized. At this moment, golden light was circulating in his eyes, and his vision was even more astonishing. Has it really become the fiery eyes? Chu Feng was puzzled. He was in no hurry to leave. He waited for a period of time and felt that the baptism had come to an end. There were no longer any changes in his vision. Additionally, the medicinal fragrance in his body was no longer changing. If he continued to wait, only the fragrance of meat would increase. So painful! Only at this point did Chu Feng feel his skin dry and painful. He had been too engrossed earlier and had forgotten about this kind of burn. But comparatively speaking, the revered 8 trigrams furnace had dissolved the evil energy within the flames and energy. He had suffered much less damage than the others. Where are they? Chu Feng gazed at them and found that the intruders had all been burned to ashes. After careful observation, there were only 2 places where people were still alive. The old woman was burning and had lost half her body, but she was still alive. There was a ball of green light protecting her heart. There's quite a lot of good stuff here. Chu Feng sneered, but he knew that the old woman was no longer a threat. She had already been badly burned. The old Taoist was quite astonishing. He had actually extinguished the flames on his butt and was looking at him with a smile from afar. This old fellow was somewhat terrifying. My dear granddaughter, Grandpa will give you an example this time. I'll tell you that these so-called domain researchers are too weak. Come and see how I'll guide him. This old man in Taoist robes had his buttocks burnt. He had changed into a new purple robe and harbored malicious intentions. He was putting on airs there, wanting to take care of Chu Feng and educating his granddaughter. What's that thing? Chu Feng revealed an astonished expression. His fiery eyes now possessed astonishing vision. He saw a black shadow appear from the ground. Senior, you should leave quickly. Chu Feng advised the old Taoist. Brat, you were crying out in ecstasy just now, weren't you? You ignored the Taoist grandpa's call for help. Now this Taoist grandpa will settle the score with you. I'll let you understand why flowers are so red. The old Taoist laughed. Chu Feng extinguished the flames around him and advised, Senior, you should leave quickly. That area is very dangerous. Afraid? It's too late. The old Taoist rolled his eyes. He then signaled to his granddaughter and said, Watch carefully. What's meat on the chopping block? What's incomparably weak? He wanted to teach Chu Feng a lesson and vent his anger. However, the ground suddenly split open at this moment and rocks flew everywhere. A large hand covered in black hair stretched out and grabbed at him. At this moment, everyone was stunned. That hand was extremely terrifying. It was as black as ink and covered in long black hair. It carried with it the power of extreme and caused the void to distort. Ouch! The old Taoist reacted quickly and jumped up, but in the end, his buttocks were still grazed. He was already burned, and now his face had turned green. He howled and almost cursed out loud. Old man, you didn't check the almanac when you went out today. You're a proper villain and a typical loser. This is too shameful. Even I'm embarrassed for you. The problem lady shouted. God damn it, this Taoist grandpa is really unlucky today. How can there be such a corpse on earth? Run. The old Taoist limped and fled without a trace. Heavens, it's that corpse from a mythological tomb. Chi Honglin from the Preaching Research Institute cried out in alarm. He also turned and ran. Seeing this, everyone ran madly out of Mount Jijin. They were all scared out of their wits. That was because the power of extreme was too terrifying. The black clouds blotted out the sun as if an unparalleled demonic god had awakened and was about to trample and destroy the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers. Chu Feng also ran, but he stopped after running for a short distance. He saw that the hairy black hand had retreated into the depths of the ground. He sighed. The revered 8 trigrams furnace wasn't naturally formed. This was a terrain that was artificially nurtured. A truly naturally formed old lore divine furnace terrain can probably be used to refine immortal pills and nurture saint weapons. Chu Feng guessed. In the end, he left the mountain unhurriedly. The old grandmaster came to find him and heaved a sigh of relief after seeing that he was safe and sound. Soon after, the dragoness and the others also appeared. Ouch, my eyes! After seeing the dragoness, Chu Feng felt that it was an eyesore. Her figure was snow-white, sparkling, and graceful. It was simply too glaring. At this time, many people had returned because they had sensed that the power of extreme had disappeared. People revealed astonished expressions as they looked at Chu Feng. So many experts had been burned to death, but he had actually survived. There's a medicinal pill fragrance on his body. Heavens, Brother Chu, did you refine yourself into immortal flesh? The problem lady ran over with watery eyes. She looked at Chu Feng with a curious expression. How did the old Taoist raise a child? Chu Feng felt that it was a bit dazzling. Her figure was too curvaceous and overly mature. He couldn't bear to look at her and covered his all-seeing fiery eyes. The various corporations and top-grade powers had all returned. They looked at Chu Feng, wanting to know the details. Why are you covering your eyes? A top-grade king asked. I'm afraid I'll be struck by lightning, replied Chu Feng. The group was immediately bewildered. You're hiding something. You're feeling guilty. Jiang Luotian had also arrived. She was not far away and mumbled. Who's feeling guilty? Chu Feng put down his hands and looked at everyone openly. But very soon, he rubbed his nose. He was worried that he might get a nosebleed from anger. At the same time, he used words to cover it up. Jiang Luotian, you're really broad-minded. Jiang Luotian was puzzled. She glared at him and said, What are you saying? I'm saying that you're broad-minded. Chu Feng said seriously. The group was speechless. What was going on? At the same time, Chu Feng saw that Linoy had also arrived. His expression immediately became unnatural. Moreover, there were more and more people around. He felt very innocent. Why are there golden lights in your eyes? Someone was astonished. I've been burned. Chu Feng replied, "Why do you always look at the sky?" Chapter 337. Thunder? What a joke. The sky was clear and the sun was shining brightly. How could there be thunder and lightning? Jiang Luoshan giggled. Have you done too many shameful things? Are you afraid of being struck by lightning? That's why you're so nervous and staring at the sky. Chu Feng's heart skipped a beat. He really wanted to say that it was a little. Naturally, he wouldn't admit it. He said in all seriousness, I feel a little guilty toward you, but I'm definitely not guilty. Just what have you done to make you feel guilty toward me? Jiang Luoshan was on high alert. She felt strange and uncomfortable all over, especially when his eyes were flowing with golden light and flickering with fiery light. She felt increasingly restless. What are you looking at? She scolded lightly. That was because Chu Feng was too unbridled. He was actually sizing her up in front of so many people. It wasn't like this was their first meeting. Was there a need to be like this? Wow, why do I feel like handsome Big Brother's eyes are so charming? When he's staring at me, there's a spark in his eyes. The young but enchanting problem lady giggled. Chu Feng's face turned red. Although he understood that these people didn't know that he had been refined into the fiery eyes by the revered 8 trigrams furnace, he still felt a little guilty. It was as if he had been caught red-handed in bed. At the same time, he rubbed his nose, afraid that his anger would really cause a nosebleed. He felt that he should have grown a needle hole by now. Even he himself felt that he shouldn't be sweeping his eyes around in such an unbridled manner. It was truly a sin. However, he couldn't solve it for the time being. The fiery eyes were too tyrannical. How could he hide such a special ability? Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to stand being stared at like this every day. It was refreshing at first, but it would be unbearable after a long time. For instance, looking at Jiang Luoshan and the problem lady swaying before his eyes was a visual impact. It was a beautiful feast. Of course, he believed that this was an artistic feast. It was very pure and nothing else. But saying this was a bit against his conscience. He himself was blushing. However, he didn't just see Jiang Luoshan. There were others as well. For instance, he saw the old Taoist limping over with a dark expression. Moreover, the old Taoist had parted the crowd and was coming from the front. Old Taoist, you are so dirty. Chu Feng let out a strange cry. At this time, he also felt that his eyes were stinging and he really wanted to wash them. This wasn't some sort of enjoyment. The old man was limping and his Taoist robe was old and tattered. Even though he had changed into a purple Taoist robe, it was still in tatters. That wasn't the main point. The main point was that the old man just walked over from the front. When Chu Feng looked at people now, he could see through their innate nature. No clothes could hide it. Earlier, when he saw the other male kings, he only looked at them from the side. He only looked at Jiang Luoshan and the others from the front. But now he felt that this shameless old man was ridiculously strong, but his performance was too unsightly. The old Taoist had a belly full of anger, but before he could say anything, this brat spoke first. He actually dared to say that he was too dirty? This was intolerable. You little bastard, you're really something. You're burning me until I feel like dying, and you're still making weird noises. Are you courting death or courting death? The old Taoist bared his teeth, which affected his wounds. It was as if he was grinning maliciously. In Chu Feng's eyes, the old Taoist smile, in addition to his indecent swaying posture, was truly perverted. You shameless old man. Chu Feng felt that his eyes were blinded. He felt that this was too vile, so he directly looked at the rebellious girl to seek some psychological balance. Brat, what did you say? The old Taoist was furious. He hadn't even completely flared up, but this brat dared to disrespect him first. Chu Feng didn't look at him. He coughed dryly to cover it up and said, Old man, I wanted to ask, how did you raise this child? What did she eat? Look at her exquisite little face. She can't be that old, but her development is just too good. Big Brother Chu Feng, you make me feel embarrassed if you say that. The rebellious girl was still young, but her figure was slender and extremely enchanting. Her current coquettish posture made many people think that she was truly a little demoness. She was too charming. The old Taoist immediately rolled up his sleeves. "You dare have designs on my granddaughter? I'll beat you up, you little bastard." The old Taoist glared at him. He had long since found this brat to be an eyesore. He had used him several times as a teaching material, yet he was still in such a miserable state. The problem lady twisted her small waist like a swaying willow. Her movements were swift as she blocked the old man's path. "Grandfather, if you continue to be unreasonable and interfere with my private life, I'll cut all ties with you. Move aside." The old Taoist was furious. "Old man, as long as you don't stare at me, everything is negotiable." Chu Feng added, "Moreover, your condition doesn't look too good." "What did you say?" He felt that this brat was too insolent. Not letting him appear in front of him? This was simply too arrogant. "Don't misunderstand. Senior, you've been poisoned by the ancient tomb. A black mist has appeared between your eyebrows. You must quickly dispel it." Chu Feng spoke. His eyes were very sharp, and could see clearly that there was a black mist spiraling around the old Taoist's body. The old Taoist's expression changed. In truth, he had long since realized that he had come to take away his granddaughter and wasn't willing to stay for long. He had never imagined that there would be such a terrifying tomb on Earth. It was simply unimaginable. The legendary character buried inside must have had a great background. "Senior, you must treat your injuries or else your life will be in danger," Chu Feng said solemnly. "Why is there a rotten smell?" someone asked. The old Taoist expression turned ugly after hearing this. His buttocks had been rubbed by that hairy hand. Had it really rotted? He himself had also smelled the smell of rot. "Let's go." The old Taoist grabbed the problem lady and turned to leave. There was no time to waste. This time, the rebellious girl also felt that the problem was serious. She didn't retort and quickly left with him. "Brother Chu Feng, what happened just now? Why did the flames soar into the sky? Those people were all burned to death, but you were unharmed." At this time, a group of people surrounded him and kept asking questions. Some were puzzled, some were doubtful, and some were filled with killing intent. So many experts had died. This matter had a great impact. The powers that had lost their experts were naturally heartbroken and resentful. Those who were uninvolved were quite relaxed and only wanted to know what had happened. "I've already warned everyone not to charge into that forbidden area, or else there would be a great disaster. I warned everyone, but some people didn't listen and implicated me." Chu Feng pointed at his own body. The surface of his body was also pitch black. The burns weren't light, at least on the surface. "You all saw it, especially my eyes. I can't see anything. Those bastards have harmed me." Chu Feng wore an indignant expression. He blinked his eyes as he spoke, and immediately, golden light shone from within. This left some people speechless. Had his eyes really been burned? Why did they feel that his eyes were becoming more and more spirited, like two golden lamps? "Chu Feng, are you all right?" Linoy stepped forward. Her face was extremely beautiful and enchanting. Chu Feng looked at her and coughed as if he had choked on water. Although they had known each other for a long time and could be considered as her boyfriend in name, this was the first time he was sizing her up like this. "What's wrong?" "I'm fine. I was burned just now, and the heat in my body was too strong." Crack! A thunderclap rang out. Chu Feng's body immediately tensed up, and he cursed, "Damn it! Am I really going to be struck by lightning?" His body stiffened as he looked up at the firmament. However, there was no lightning. The sky was still clear and boundless. "It's not from the sky. It's from Mount Jijin. There's thunder coming from that domain," someone reminded him. "Oh, I see. That's great." Chu Feng let out a long sigh of relief. This was the so-called guilty conscience. He added, "I've deteriorated seriously and am already half crippled. That's why my divine instincts aren't as sharp anymore." Chu Feng used his inner vision as he spoke. He lowered the energy in his body and poured it into the black and white grinding stone. Regardless of whether or not the group had any opinions about Chu Feng, they all agreed that he was the strongest in the field of domains. No one on Earth could surpass him, so they still needed to cooperate with him. The people who died were too unjust. All parties involved were coughing up blood. The group accompanied Chu Feng to the mountainous region and observed from afar. That underground tomb is stirring up something evil. It actually attracted lightning from the void. The lightning just now was clearly to intimidate the thing underground. Someone said with a solemn expression. Chu Feng observed for a long time and said, "This place can't be used for the time being. The balance has been broken. Next time, an ancient corpse might crawl out of its coffin." A painful groan came from that area. A section of charcoal had moved and crawled out with great difficulty. This caused the group to feel apprehensive. Upon closer inspection, they found that it was actually the old woman from celestial biology. She actually hadn't died and was still alive despite having lost the lower half of her body. The young man with the red mark between his brows glanced coldly at Chu Feng. Then he rushed over and helped her up. The group surrounded her because they already knew that she might be an outer realm entity with great origins. Who would have thought that she would almost die before achieving victory? She had only just come into being when she was burned into a cripple. However, the various powers were still cautious and respectful. They wanted to form a relationship with her and leave a path for the future. "Senior, you're truly a miracle. Your vitality is so powerful." Chu Feng also went forward and praised her with false sincerity. Then he said seriously, "Where's your divine mountain? I want to go with you to study domains." He really wanted to go now because he had recovered his strength in the diamond chakram. He wasn't afraid of anything. He had his eyes on the old woman's collection of domain books and wanted to take them all away. Of course, if these people had evil intentions, he wouldn't mind starting a massacre within the Celestial Biology Institute. There was a wave of anger in the old woman's heart. It was too sullen. She had just come out of the mountain, and now it was destroyed just like that. Now that Chu Feng was asking to enter the mountain with her, she was somewhat puzzled and even a bit afraid. She was suspecting whether the torrential 8 trigrams flames from just now had anything to do with this young man. Everyone left together and returned to Jiangning City. There was no way to set up anything in this area within a short period. However, all parties wanted to borrow Chu Feng's power to nurture weapons and upgrade their own divine weapons. At this time, someone was staring at the diamond chakram in Chu Feng's hand with fiery eyes. "We can change the location and set up again," said someone from a corporation. "Let's go to the pilgrimage grounds. Is there a more astonishing terrain than that?" "Oh, especially Brother Chu Feng's attainments and domains are astonishing. Perhaps he can open up a path there and bring us into the mysterious space with a sacrificial altar and the ancient sacred tree. We'll be able to obtain a great fortune there." Someone suggested this. That was because a long time ago, medicinal fragrance had drifted out from Mount Tai, but no one could find the spatial entrance. But up until now, very few people had obtained fortunes from such an important place. This was clearly abnormal. Everyone felt that the pilgrimage grounds was the #1 holy land. Once one found the correct path and entered the ancient folded space, the harvest would be terrifying. The hollow jade temple master's expression changed. He didn't want others to go there. After hearing this, Chu Feng said, "Very well, let's go there." That was because he really wanted to give it a try to test out the truth of the pilgrimage grounds. Chapter 338. Within a certain hotel at the base of Mount Tai, Chu Feng's entire body was pitch black, as if he had been burnt. He wasn't in a rush to treat his injuries because, with his current strength and ultimate breathing technique, it was impossible to leave any scars on his body. He had already experienced this technique back when he was still in the awakened realm. His wounds would heal rapidly without leaving any scars. Not to mention the abilities he had obtained after severing the shackle in his heart. His regenerative powers were astonishing. He was already at the base of Mount Tai, waiting for the various parties to arrive. Marching into the pilgrimage grounds was a major event that no one dared to act rashly. Now that they had reached an agreement, everyone returned to make preparations. Want to be too risky? Working with him is no different from asking a tiger for its skin. The Wudong Grandmaster frowned. He was indeed a bit worried about Chu Feng. That was because he had discovered that Chu Feng was playing bigger and bigger. The commotion at Mount Jijin was already shocking enough, and now he was going to the pilgrimage grounds as well. There's something I haven't told, Senior. Chu Feng revealed a faint smile and released a wisp of energy fluctuation. It was quite obscure, but the old Grandmaster could still sense it at such a close distance. You? He shot up. He could clearly sense that Chu Feng had recovered. That dormant blood energy was extremely terrifying and could be considered a peerless expert. The old Grandmaster was truly stunned. He was quite worried when Chu Feng had left the mountain to seek a way out of the secular world. He wanted to borrow the power of the corporations to recover. In truth, this was also the case. How many experts wanted to kill Chu Feng at Mount Jijin? Who could stop them if it wasn't for the 8 trigrams? However, Chu Feng had actually succeeded, and his strength had even recovered. At this point, it was truly a case of a dragon returning to the sea and a tiger roaring through the forest. Chu Feng's combat strength had long since been tested. He alone could sweep through a group of top-grade kings. Now that he had recovered, there was nothing to worry about, even if he was surrounded by hostile people among the corporations. The old Grandmaster was dumbfounded because he knew Chu Feng was trying to trick him. Chu Feng was practicing the Taiji fist in his room. It was completely different now. One of his hands was as white as jade, while the other was as black as ink. He drew circles and arcs, elegant and light, soothing and full of Tao charm. Then the place glowed, but the energy was well controlled. As expected, you've succeeded in your fist technique. Your attainments are astonishing. The old Grandmaster was gratified. Chu Feng had started practicing Taiji fist when he had no energy in his body. Now that he had recovered, he could not be compared to the past. Just now, he saw that Chu Feng had created a divine art with black and white light gushing out. It was absolutely terrifying. If he were to fight with someone, the Taiji fist would be invincible. That was because he himself had long trained in fist techniques, and he deeply understood how powerful he would be once he reached this step. The old Grandmaster was relieved. After Chu Feng finished demonstrating the fist technique, he began to look into his own body and study the eyes of fire and gold. How could he hide them when he wasn't using them? Otherwise, it would be too vexing. Everything could be seen for what it was. The beautiful sceneries between the heaven and earth were indeed pleasing to the eye, but there were also many things that weren't so beautiful. They were simply too dirty for the eyes. I just need to weaken the energy. It's that simple. Chu Feng's expression was odd. He discovered that there was an excessively vigorous energy near his eyes. As long as he suppressed it, the eyes of fire and gold would disappear. They had set out immediately after the matter at Mount Jijin. They had ridden a bird king to the foot of Mount Tai, and only now did he have the time to comprehend. The special ability of the eyes of fire and gold was rare even in the powerful legendary star realms. The activation of this ability was extremely mysterious and difficult to explain. Next up, Chu Feng began to study domains. With the dragoness consent, he had already destroyed the stone carvings at the bottom of the sea and memorized them. The main reason was because he was afraid that the matter regarding the revered 8 trigrams furnace would be exposed. He pondered as he recalled the stone carvings. There were many yellowed books beside him, all of them incomplete. Some had more than 20 pages, while others only had a few pages. All of them had been sent by the major powers for him to study. After experiencing the revered 8 trigrams furnace on Mount Jijin and witnessing the revival of those ancient domains, Chu Feng's harvest was great. He was now studying these incomplete books and comprehending them thoroughly. His attainments in the field of domains improved noticeably in the following days. Within a few days, all the major powers had more or less finished their preparations. Many of them had already arrived at the foot of Mount Tai. The Hollow Jade Temple Master and the 8 Visions Temple Master were very unhappy because this was the Tao arena they had decided on beforehand. They wanted to go all out to take it, but in the end, it was going to be divided up by the group of kings. After several days, Chu Feng's burns were more or less healed. It was quite reasonable. At this time, He was eating a bright red fruit. It was fragrant and melted in his mouth. The sweet juice carried a refreshing fragrance and was simply too tempting. This is a mutant fruit. As a glutton, this was the first time Chu Feng had eaten a mutant fruit. He felt deeply ashamed. This was a gift from the corporations. There was an entire chest of it, but he was eating it like an ordinary fruit. Those people had given him many precious gifts in order to cooperate with him. Before this, he had evolved with pollen and didn't dare eat mutant fruits because yellow cattle said there were side effects. He was worried that it would affect his future achievements. But things were different now. The black and white grinding stone had taken shape, so this wouldn't be a problem in the future. Eating mutant fruits wouldn't hinder his evolution either. The only flaw was that the grinding stone was still in the process of transformation. He didn't dare to rashly sever the later shackles in order to maintain the calmness in his body. He wanted to get through this period safely. There must be many mutant fruits in the inaccessible areas of Mount Tai. I'll pick them all and bring them to the revered 8 trigrams furnace to refine pills. Chu Feng came up with a plan. He went outside to study the books on domains. Now, he wanted to go and practice on the spot. The pilgrimage ceremony was a sacrifice to the heavens and a sacrifice to the earth. Apparently, the sacrificial ground was at the peak of Mount Tai, and the sacrificial ground was at the foot of the mountain. Chu Feng ordered people to transport magnetic stones and jade pieces to the sacrificial ground at the foot of the mountain. He was prepared to conduct his research here. The sacrificial ground was also different after the upheavals. It was much larger now. Very soon, this place became his experimental ground. Before he actually climbed the mountain, he set up this area continuously. Ordinary people weren't allowed to approach. Many corporations and powers had arrived. They were all fulfilling his requests and doing their best to cooperate with him, allowing him to conduct his research in peace and raise his attainments in the field of domains. In just 2 days, the entire area was shrouded in mist. Outsiders couldn't see through it. Chu Feng laid down a layer of domains and covered the area. He then began to carve runes in silence. Not bad. Your skills are extraordinary. It was at this time that a calm voice came from within the domain laid down by Chu Feng. Someone had barged in and was praising his attainments in the field of domains. Originally, this area was shrouded in mist and seemed to be isolated from the outside world. But now a top-grade king had actually entered and wasn't very friendly. "Who are you? How'd you barge in?" Chu Feng asked. "You're too superstitious about your abilities. This isn't some difficult domain. It's just carving some misty runes. Do you really think you can make everyone lose their way and not come in?" That person sneered. Apparently, he knew some domain runes. Although he couldn't be considered proficient, this kind of mist couldn't make him lose his way. "What do you want?" Chu Feng asked. This was a middle-aged man in his 40s. He was a tyrannical king who also knew how to use domains. "I came here to see the strength of your domains. I also want to know if the disaster at Mount Jijin was caused by you intentionally," the middle-aged man asked. Apparently, he was quite suspicious. He believed that the experts burned down by the flames were closely related to Chu Feng. "What do you think?" Chu Feng asked. "Now it seems you don't have that much skill. Your attainments are still far from enough," the middle-aged man said with a confident expression. He then added, "But your domain abilities can be considered not bad. More importantly, you're very talented. I came here specifically to pick you up." Chu Feng was astonished. This person had come here to investigate, and even more so, to abduct him. "Although I'm crippled, I still have some domain abilities. You're also a domain researcher. Do you want to fight me?" Chu Feng asked. "I'm an evolver and know a bit about domains. Why would I need any domain techniques to abduct you at such a close distance? You won't stand a chance." The middle-aged man laughed indifferently. "I'm afraid you won't be able to take me away," Chu Feng said. "Are you waiting for the old Grandmaster of Wudong to protect you?" "He's been lured away," the newcomer said. "That's not fair," Chu Feng said to himself. "If I wasn't crippled, I wouldn't have anything to fear." It was at this time that another voice rang out. "It seems I've overthought things. There's indeed something wrong with your body. The matter at Mount Jijin was just an accident. But this is even better. I'll bring you back to the mountain. Chu Feng had seen this person before. He was from celestial biology and had once walked together with that old woman. There was a dark red mark between his brows, and he was a handsome young man. You're from the outer realm? Chu Feng frowned. It seems you know quite a bit. Don't tell me Naoi told you? Oh, but I advise you not to have wishful thinking. You're not worthy of Naoi. The man with the dark red mark between his brows smiled. Chu Feng said calmly, You were still young 21 years ago. You can't be from that batch of descenders. You should be their descendant, the descendant of that old woman, right? She's only my father's maid. Back then, she was fortunate enough to descend with him, the man with the red mark said with a smile. Chu Feng mocked. That old woman isn't young anymore. That means your father is also an old monster. You're the son of him and a woman from this world? The man with the red mark revealed a trace of anger and said, We pity you for being a talent. I hope you won't anger us. Is Naoi highly valued by your orthodoxy? Chu Feng asked. You don't have the right to know yet. Join us, and you'll slowly understand in the future, the man with the red mark said calmly. At the same time, he mentioned that they had books on domains. For instance, the middle-aged man beside him had studied many books before he could understand a bit. Follow me, said the man with the dark red mark between his brows. It seems your position isn't very high. You could be considered an illegitimate child left behind by your father. There are many things you don't understand very well. You're not willing to say much because you're trying to hide the fact that you don't know much, Chu Feng said. You're impudent. I want to know if your father has come into being. Does he know you're here? Chu Feng asked. There's no harm in telling you. It's not the time for him to come into being. There's no need to disturb him by coming here to invite you. Chu Feng laughed. Then I'm relieved. The next moment, he directly raised his hand and grabbed the man who also knew about domains. With a crack, his neck was immediately broken. This person was shocked even at the moment of his death. He was a king with 6 severed shackles. How could he be killed by a cripple so easily? Do you really think I'm easy to bully? Compared to domains, I prefer to take action directly. Chu Feng smiled. The expression of the man with the dark red mark between his brows changed. He knew he was in trouble. How was this person crippled? He was clearly waiting for someone to come knocking on his door. He decisively retreated and was about to escape. But it was already too late. With a bang, Chu Feng's ghostly figure caught up to him. He grabbed him by the neck, lifted him up, and dragged him away. How is this possible? The man with the dark red mark between his brows was both furious and humiliated. Was he really so unbearable? Amen. Let me tell you about the outer realm. Otherwise, I don't mind crushing you to death. Chu Feng said coldly. At this moment, the young man was completely disheartened. He felt it was too laughable. A cripple had easily captured a descender's son. It seemed he really could crush him to death with a single pinch. What kind of monster was this? It was too terrifying. This was a native who could contend against the heaven's pride of the outer realm. How could he have expected that Chu Feng's strength would soar after obtaining the black and white grinding stone? The energy within his body had become much purer, and his combat strength had increased explosively. Chapter 339. The man with the red mark between his brows, Han Fei, felt an intense sense of defeat. The native in his eyes was actually strong enough to compete with the outer realm heavenly geniuses. It was too excessive. This was especially true when he had viewed this person as a cripple. This was simply too laughable. There was unwillingness and coldness in the depths of his eyes, but he concealed it well. Such matters had to be reported and nipped in the bud as soon as possible. On Earth, whoever could seize the initiative and seize top-grade resources will be able to take the lead step by step. But how was he going to escape? This was a big problem. Although Han Fei felt uneasy, he still held on to some hope. He revealed a gentle smile and said they had no ill intentions. They only wanted to invite Chu Feng to study domains because they cherished talents. According to him, there were secret volumes on Mount Lao where celestial biology was located. Chu Feng paid him no attention and asked all kinds of questions. Han Fei was grabbed by the neck by Chu Feng like a dead duck. This made Han Fei furious, and an intense killing intent surged in his heart. He felt deeply humiliated. Chu Feng kept on asking questions such as where Han Fei's father was, which outer realm inheritance he came from, and how powerful he was. Han Fei's answers weren't smooth because there were some things that even he wasn't clear about. There were some loopholes in his compilation which were immediately exposed by the sharp Chu Feng. In the blink of an eye, he was drenched in cold sweat. "Your status as an illegitimate child isn't that high," said Chu Feng. Han Fei had killing intent in his heart, but didn't dare reveal it. He swore to himself that he would hire someone to kill Chu Feng in the future and finish off this native as soon as possible. But he tried his best to smile and, at the same time, took the initiative to mention various matters regarding Linoy and told him the details in a bid to improve their relationship. Crack! Under his terrified gaze, Chu Feng directly broke his neck. He showed no mercy and finished him off on the spot. How hateful! At the last moment, his throat moved with great difficulty and he let out a low roar. As the descendant of a descender, he had always considered himself an outer realm descendant. He was going to return to his mother planet in the future and lead a resplendent life. In the end, he was going to die in the hands of a native? With a bang, Chu Feng threw him to the ground as if he was throwing a dead dog and watched as he breathed his last. Chu Feng had learned everything he needed to know. This person really didn't know much. Chu Feng was very disappointed. He roughly knew that Han Fei's father might be at the North Pole, or he might be near the so-called Qilint's lair, hibernating. However, there was no specific location. At the same time, he also unexpectedly learned that Linoy had a secret on her that was highly valued. She might be sent to the so-called Mother Planet. Before long, the old Grandmaster returned and told Chu Feng that he had finished off the two Bird Kings. Even a king-class creature flying in the sky had been shot down by him. This was quite astonishing. Descenders from the outer realms are about to appear. It won't cause trouble, will it? The old Grandmaster frowned. It's fine. Chu Feng shook his head. He wasn't worried. This Han Fei came on his own and didn't tell anyone. Chu Feng already understood the situation thoroughly. Otherwise, he wouldn't have crushed him to death. He only felt that it was a pity that Han Fei didn't know much. Han Fei had sneaked into the misty domains and wanted to kidnap Chu Feng without anyone noticing. This actually made things easier for Chu Feng because he didn't even need to think about how to deal with the aftermath. "Sigh, I'm starting to regret it," mumbled Chu Feng. "What's wrong?" asked the old Grandmaster. "I might as well let them capture me and let me comprehend the books on domains on Mount Lao." With his current strength, he didn't even need to worry about going to Mount Lao. After all, Han Fei's father hadn't come into being yet. "I hope the other corporations will also come to capture me. If there are many benefits in their mountain gates, I won't resist at all and let them capture me." After hearing these words, a kind person like the old Grandmaster didn't know what to say. If the Black Yak and the Manchurian Tiger were here, they would definitely treat them as close friends. This group of scourges wouldn't cooperate wholeheartedly and then destroy the so-called mountain's foundations. That very day, when the sky was filled with the glow of sunset, another person charged in. "You guys want to capture me?" Chu Feng's expression was full of anticipation and his eyes were burning. There were a total of 3 people who had charged in. They felt something was wrong and were shocked out of their wits after seeing Chu Feng's current state and the expression in his eyes. Very soon, the 3 of them calmed down. One of the women said with a cold smile, "What a joke. What's the use of keeping you? We'll just kill you." They came from the Southern Sea. It was obvious that they were related to He Tung and He Tang's deaths and wanted to take revenge. Chu Feng's expression immediately collapsed. He said resentfully, "What's the use of keeping you guys if you don't have a secret book on domains and don't want to capture me? God damn it. What kind of situation was this?" The 3 were somewhat speechless. This goddamn bastard was hoping to be captured. "Kill!" The 2 men and 1 woman pounced forward. Naturally, their fates were quite tragic. They were slapped to death by the furious Chu Feng who had failed to capture them. They revealed their true forms and were tossed into the pristine jade bottle. After the refinement of the revered 8 trigrams furnace, the spatial bottle's outer appearance hadn't changed much. However, the space within had increased by several times and was now 800 cubic meters. Chu Feng suspected that there were restrictions inside that had been partially broken at Mount Jijin. That was why the interior had become bigger. Why isn't anyone coming to capture me? In the following 2 days, Chu Feng's heart was full of resentment. The things he was looking forward to didn't happen, and everything was calm. 1 day later, the 100-year-old monk from Bodhi Biogenetics, Qianjia, appeared. Chu Feng had met him back on Mount Putoa. Now, he was even stronger and had become a peerless king-level expert. Umapa. Excellent, excellent. The old monk had pale golden skin and a benevolent countenance. Buddhist radiance almost appeared behind his head. He had grasped the golden Arhut breathing technique, and his strength was fairly terrifying. What was the meaning of this? The old monk was saying excellent the moment they met. What was going on? Chu Feng didn't understand, but he soon realized that the old monk was asking for credit. Jiang Luotian followed beside the old monk. Her figure was slender and graceful. After becoming a king-level expert, she had become even more enchanting. She smiled sweetly and said, Chu Feng, you should thank us. Master Qianjia helped you repel 4 groups of people with bad intentions. Who are they? Chu Feng asked. Don't worry, they probably just want to capture you and lack killing intent. Jiang Luotian smiled. Her red lips were bright and alluring, and even the strands were glowing. Chu Feng was immediately dissatisfied after hearing this. It turned out that the old monk had blocked his opportunity. He really had no place to vent his anger. He still wanted to be captured. As for Mount Tai, he could come at any time. Of course, if others knew what he was thinking, they would definitely be dumbfounded and curse him in their hearts. How are you going to thank us? Jiang Luotian's figure was impressive. Her skin was sparkling and translucent, and her face was fair and beautiful. At this moment, her eyes were full of charm, and she was asking for credit. Chu Feng cast a sidelong glance. He felt dissatisfied that his good deed had been blocked. He directly placed his hands on Jiang Luotian's shoulders and gazed at her with deep affection. You're too good to me. I know how you feel. Jiang Luotian couldn't take it anymore. Goosebumps rose all over her body, and she shivered. She knew that this fellow was doing it on purpose, and hurriedly slapped away his perverted hands. The old monk Qianjia pretended not to see and chanted the name of Buddha. His eyes were focused on his nose on his mouth, and his mouth on his heart. In the distance, some people were jeering. Chu Feng turned around and found that many people had arrived. The major powers had made ample preparations, and their troops were almost all here to follow him to the pilgrimage grounds. Linoy had also arrived. She was not far away, and her face was elegant and elegant. She was quietly watching them. Chu Feng saw her, and also the old woman. She had actually arrived on a stretcher and was sitting there. Although she had lost half her body, she was still hale and hearty. Chu Feng nodded at them. 3 days ago, he had killed Han Fei with a red mark between his brows. These people wouldn't have noticed, would they? From the looks of it, there shouldn't be a problem. No mountain is bigger than it, and no matter how old it is, it will be the same. Mount Tai was majestic and majestic. After the upheavals, it rose countless kilometers into the sky and towered between the heaven and earth. Its majesty and majesty shook people's hearts. Along the way, they could see the glowing cliffs and the engravings blossoming with rosy clouds. The scenery everywhere was divine. This place was completely different from before. A hazy radiance flowed down from the top of the cliff. Chu Feng's group climbed the mountain and arrived at the Jade Emperor Peak. The mist was still there, but it was somewhat indistinct. Before the upheavals, the Jade Emperor Peak wasn't that big. Now, it seemed endless and enshrouded in mist like an immortal's residence. A peerless domain. Chu Feng sighed. After coming here once again, his vision was different. He could see part of the essence. This area was naturally caused by the opening of a folded space. Most importantly, the spread of the domain shocked the heaven and earth and made the gods weep. The entire area was too extraordinary. He could vaguely sense that there was a terrain here that could ascend to the heavens and ascend to immortality. He could even faintly hear the sacrificial chants of the forebears. Chu Feng's eyes lit up. He activated the fiery eyes and immediately saw through the domain runes. His emotions surged at a glance. It was too profound. The layout here was uncanny workmanship. How come there's a faint golden color in your eyes? Jiang Luoshan was puzzled. I haven't recovered from my burns. Luoshan, don't wander around in front of me. I still need to concentrate on my work. Chu Feng spoke against his will. Chu Feng walked and stopped from time to time. Sometimes he would dig open the earth and observe carefully. Sometimes he would lower his head in silence for a long time. This area was extremely extraordinary. The ancient domain runes underground were astonishingly complex. In the end, they arrived at the depths of the mist. It was also a place where it was easy to get lost. Here, the fragrance of flowers and fruits filled the air. There was definitely an ineffable space here, but they couldn't find the door or the entrance. Chu Feng began to deduce. From time to time, he would carve runes on the magnetic stones and arrange them into various small idioms to test them out. This won't do. If I walk straight in, I might step into the soulless domain. That's an upgraded version of the ghostly labyrinth. It's not good to walk diagonally either. I'll step into the pit condensed from the essence flames of extreme yang and turn into ashes in an instant. Chu Feng studied and tested repeatedly. He felt that there were domains not far from each other in this area. They were the crystallization of the painstaking efforts of the ancients. They attached great importance to this sacrificial ground. After a full 8 days, Chu Feng destroyed a large number of magnetic stones and jade pieces. Only then did he make astonishing progress. Only the major corporations could afford this. A small cobblestone path appeared. It looked like a pontoon bridge because there was nothing but emptiness above and below the cobblestone path. It led to a space emitting a hazy radiance. Did he really succeed? Everyone was astonished. They sighed inwardly at Chu Feng's heaven-defying methods. Was he going to open up Mount Tai's supreme fortune in advance? Since the upheavals, countless experts had come to attack this place. Although they had charged in many times, the things they obtained were limited. Everyone knew that this place would be extraordinary in the future. As the famed mountains retracted their domains and revealed their true bodies, there would surely be various divine trees and holy fruits coming into being. Who would have thought that Chu Feng would open up a path for everyone to enter today? The Hollow Jade Temple Master and the 8 Visions Temple Master were also among the crowd. Their expressions were so gloomy that water was about to drip out. They had considered this place their own, but now they had to share it with others. They regretted letting Chu Feng go that day. If they had left him at the Hollow Jade Temple and asked him to specialize in domains, this fortune would belong to them alone. At this time, many people's gazes toward Chu Feng had changed. There were so many famed mountains in the world. If they had Chu Feng, their future path of evolution would be bright and resplendent. Such a person should be kept in their own sect, no matter what. They had to grasp him. Under Chu Feng's lead, the group of people walked along the floating cobblestone path. Their surroundings were filled with white mist. They didn't dare to be careless and were all cautious in order to avoid falling. Finally, they arrived at the entrance of the space. There was a stone platform here that could accommodate the group of kings. At that, Chu Feng was almost drooling. His eyes were resplendent as he stared ahead. His fiery eyes could see everything clearly, and his vision was stronger than others. "What do you see?" Jiang Luoshan asked. She touched his shoulder from the side. Chu Feng turned back and glanced at her chest. He replied subconsciously, "So big. Where are you looking at? What nonsense are you spouting?" This time, she saw that Chu Feng's eyes were too abnormal. They were emitting a golden glow, and she felt goosebumps all over her body. "Your thoughts aren't pure. What nonsense are you thinking? I'm saying there's a golden egg in the depths of the space. It's so big and round." Chu Feng's expression was serious. At this time, the others also saw it. When the mist dispersed, everyone was astonished. Was that a divine egg? There were some small golden trees nearby, and a perfectly round golden egg was flowing with dazzling radiance. Everyone swallowed their saliva and wanted nothing more than to rush in and snatch it. But after glancing at Chu Feng, no one dared to move recklessly. They were afraid that there was an ineffable domain trap here. Chu Feng pondered for over 2 hours and deciphered the safe path. He directly walked in. The group was immediately excited and rushed in with a rumble. I can't see what's ahead. Who wants to go and see? It can't be a dragon egg, right? Who can bring it over? Chu Feng urged. The group was immediately excited. They rubbed their palms and wanted to take action. But many of these people were old demons, and each was more astute than the other. Seeing that Chu Feng wasn't moving, they didn't dare rush over. I'll say this first. If you guys don't take action, don't fight with me when I get the dragon egg, Chu Feng said. Don't worry, Brother Chu has contributed so much. We should let you choose the fortune first, some people said hypocritically. The place immediately became chaotic and heated discussions broke out. Did Han Fei look for you? At this time, Linoy came to Chu Feng's side and asked quietly. No, Chu Feng refused to admit it. Chapter 340. Just as he replied, Chu Feng immediately realized that he had been tricked by Linoy and had been tricked into revealing part of the truth. That was because he didn't know the man with the dark red mark between his brows was called Han Fei. He simply didn't understand this person. Chu Feng turned back and glanced at his beautiful ex-girlfriend with complicated emotions. She was as clever as ever. She had taken advantage of his absent-mindedness to launch a sneak attack on him while he was staring at the divine egg. This caused him to be slightly careless and reveal his true intentions. Linoy's beautiful hair fluttered in the wind. It was sparkling and lustrous, and her face was perfect. At this moment, she revealed an odd expression and didn't continue asking. Chu Feng turned around and didn't try to explain or hide anything. They were both intelligent people, and there was no point in saying too much. He gazed into the depths of the space and saw specks of light within. This seemed to be an extremely auspicious Pure Land. The people nearby were all excited. They had actually entered the pilgrimage grounds along with Chu Feng. It was beyond imagination, and everyone was looking forward to it. Everyone in this area was armed with weapons and prepared to harvest fortunes. For a moment, it was a bit chaotic. You don't trust me that much anymore, Linoy said after a while. She didn't look at Chu Feng and was also gazing into the depths of the space. Her fair and supple face was lustrous like suet jade, and her figure was slender and elegant. How could that be? Chu Feng replied. Everyone's waiting for you to think of a way. Don't tell me you want to trick them? At this time, Jiang Luoshan arrived and inquired. In truth, many people had glanced over. They were truly worried that Chu Feng was the only one here who understood domains. If he were to scheme here, he might really be able to trap and kill a group of people. Chu Feng was calm. In truth, he really wanted to bury these people he didn't like here. Now, it seemed that a group of people had some feelings about his past misdeeds and were on guard, afraid that he would cause trouble. What? Am I that kind of person? Would I do such a thing? What made him speechless was that some people actually nodded subconsciously. Of course, they also realized that they didn't give him face. After coming to their senses, they all laughed dryly and unanimously said that they believed in Chu Feng, saying that he was a man of unquestionable integrity and a noble character. These words caused Chu Feng's old face to turn slightly red. He let out a dry cough and once again began to study domains. Afterwards, he told everyone in pleasant surprise that this place was very safe. There were no domains ahead, so they could go in without worry. When they heard these words, not a single person took a step forward. On the contrary, they all backed up, all of them extremely nervous as they looked at Chu Feng. This was especially true for people like the Hollow Jade Temple Master and the 8 Visions Temple Master. They almost turned around and left. What's the meaning of this? Didn't you say that I have a noble character and am trustworthy? Why have I regressed? Chu Feng raised his voice. Damn it, it was truly vexing. It was rare for him to speak the truth and inform them out of good intentions. Yet in the end, no one believed him. The old Grandmaster was an exception. Chu Feng used his actions to express his thoughts. He strode forward and stared fixedly ahead, but he didn't pay any attention to that golden divine egg. That was because his fiery eyes had seen through the oddity. This egg was an empty shell, and the creature inside had long since been born. It was just that the shell had been pieced together to form a perfectly round egg. Seeing him take a step forward, everyone followed. They believed that there wouldn't be any problems as long as they followed him. With a swoosh, a beam of golden light rushed out just as everyone left the exit. It was too fast and exceeded everyone's imagination. There was a creature trying to escape. Chase after it. Stop it. That might be a young true dragon. Chu Feng cried out loudly. He secretly cried out that he had miscalculated. He had originally thought that the creature inside the golden divine egg had been born many years ago and that it was only an empty shell. Now, it seemed that this wasn't the case at all. Perhaps it had only been born not too long after the world had recovered. Everyone's eyes turned red as they ran back together, wanting to give chase. But that thing was too fast. It leapt onto the cobblestone path and transformed into a beam of light as it charged into the mist. Everyone became anxious. They couldn't catch up in time and could only beat their chests and stamp their feet. Mommy, what is this thing? At this time, a cry of alarm came from the cobblestone path, suspended in the air. Someone had been struck and almost fell down. Stop it. That's a young true dragon. Everyone was overjoyed. There was still someone on the cobblestone path who had fallen so far behind. Grandfather, be careful, a young girl cried out in alarm. Damn thing. Where do you think you're going? Everyone saw that it was a grandfather and granddaughter duo. An old Taoist's hands were glowing as he caught that creature, while a curvaceous problem girl was crying out loudly. The old Taoist whose but had been burned on Mount Jijin was actually following behind them. He had also brought along his rebellious granddaughter. With a bang, golden light exploded and shattered scales, and feathers flew everywhere. The old Taoist almost fell down head first. How terrifying! The scales and feathers of a divine beast. Anyone else would have died. Fortunately, this old man is overseeing this place. Wait, where did it go? Did it escape? The old Taoist cried out strangely. He looked around and then became anxious. In truth, everyone's heart sank because that thing had disappeared. Only Chu Feng revealed an odd expression. With his fiery eyes, he had seen everything clearly. That was only a mass of scales and feathers. It had exploded after colliding with the old Taoist and disintegrated. In truth, it wasn't a true creature. He knew that there was a creature in this space that wanted to escape, and escape like a cicada shedding its carapace. It was just using its carapace to scout the way and make people think that it had escaped. Chu Feng reckoned that the creature was still here. Judging from how it wanted to escape, it shouldn't be that strong. The old Taoist cursed and walked over angrily. Big brother Chu Feng is so handsome. After seeing Chu Feng, the problem lady's large eyes blinked, and she swayed her small waist as she walked over gracefully. This made the old Taoist even more dissatisfied as he glared at them. There are feathers and scales. What is that thing? The group of people were puzzled and asked the old Taoist. Naturally, many people were quite apprehensive of him and were very careful when asking questions. This was definitely a terrifying expert. Back on Mount Jijin, even the flames of extreme yin and extreme yang couldn't burn him to death. Everyone else had been turned to ashes, but he had managed to jump out in the end. How would I know? I didn't see it clearly, but it's definitely a young divine beast. The old Taoist was furious and sulking. He wanted to smash his head against the ground. He had been following behind the group and had sneaked into the pilgrimage grounds to seize the fortunes. Who would have thought that a moment of carelessness would cause him to let go of such a great fortune? If it really was a young divine or saint beast, then it would be unimaginable. Once it matured, it would be enough to sweep through the entire star world. At this time, Chu Feng walked over to the golden egg. The others were also eager to give it a try. The old Taoist was the first to move. He arrived first and hugged the golden egg. With a gotcha, it immediately shattered. Sure enough, it was as Chu Feng had seen. It was empty inside. There was nothing inside. That thing has escaped, said Chu Feng calmly. Everyone sighed. They knew that it was the young beast that had just escaped. What kind of tree is this? Everyone crowded over. There were many small golden trees around the shattered eggshell. Unfortunately, they all shattered upon contact. The divine tree provided energy to this egg. It's exhausted its essence and has now been destroyed. The old Taoist expression was unsightly. This was especially true after seeing his granddaughter chatting and laughing with Chu Feng. She was quite clingy and wanted to beat him up. Senior, you've come at the right time. Now that Chu Feng is proficient in domains, and with an expert like you overseeing things, there's no room for error. Someone reminded him not to give Chu Feng a beating. After all, they still had to rely on him to break the domains. At this time, Chu Feng was searching seriously. He had asked the old Grandmaster to block the exit because he believed that creature was still there. Very soon, he discovered something abnormal. There was a small domain in a certain area that could conceal one's aura. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Chu Feng immediately shot out some magnetic stones and sealed up the area. He walked around the area and knew that the creature was inside. As expected, he vaguely sensed something as he searched and used his domains. In the end, he didn't take action. Instead, he tossed down some jade blocks with runes and completely sealed up the area to prevent the creature from escaping. If it really was a divine or holy beast cub, something big would definitely happen if he were to capture it now. Even if he could obtain it today, he would be coveted by all parties in the future. The outer realm entities would surely come looking for him immediately after descending. Everyone didn't understand. They thought he was laying down a small domain to probe and perform deductions just like before, hoping to find a reliable path. Chu Feng put on an act as he carved runes and tossed out magnetic stones. In the end, he waved his hand and said, "Let's go forward. It's safe here." With that, he took the lead and walked forward. This place was verdant and lush. The leaves were glowing, and even the weeds looked as though they were carved from jade. They were suffused with spiritual radiance. Unfortunately, they didn't see any other mutant trees apart from the golden divine trees that had died just now. Don't worry, I have a feeling that there's a great fortune in the pilgrimage grounds. It's in the depths ahead, said Chu Feng. This entire space was suffused with a faint golden radiance. It was quite divine. Before long, a majestic aura washed over them. Everyone's expressions changed as they sensed that they had arrived at an extraordinary place. As expected, after passing through a thistle forest, the boundless fluctuations ahead were earth-shattering. It was as though a sea of stars was undulating, and it was also as though numerous large stars were falling down. What was going on? Many king-level entities were trembling. Finally, they saw that after the white mist scattered, a grand altar appeared in front of them. It was ridiculously large, as if it was a city as it towered there. At the same time, the sacrificial sounds of the ancient natives traversed through time and space to arrive from the ancient earth. The altar was majestic and imposing, comparable to a great mountain. Ordinary altars were like small mounds compared to it. There was a multicolored jade table on top of the altar. It was overflowing with colorful lights and was blooming with resplendent, divine, multicolored light. It was suffused with a gorgeous radiance and flowed about like water ripples. There are offerings. Everyone was astonished. The multicolored jade table on the altar was extremely large and was filled with offerings. Many of them were surging with auspicious light and were clearly divine objects. At this time, no one dared to act rashly because the suppressive might coming from the altar was too vast. Were those the offerings offered to the heavens? These offerings are all heaven-defying items. The old Taoist chuckled. Many people were shaken and their hearts were palpitating. They felt their spirits trembling and wanted to prostrate and kowtow. Chu Feng, on the other hand, was lost in thought. He stared at the offerings on the table and felt that something was resonating with the black and white grinding stone in his body. He actually felt a sense of hunger. An odd expression appeared on his face. He was incomparably hopeful. At this time, the clouds in the sky also dispersed, revealing a shocking scene that left everyone dumbfounded. There were many celestial bodies in the sky that were as large as grinding stones. They were all connected in a dazzling line in the sky above the altar. After careful counting, there were a total of 100 stars. Some were bright red, some were dark green, and some were sparkling purple. They were only as large as grinding stones, but their auras were terrifying and seemed capable of crushing the great cosmos. The most powerful, top 100 celestial realms. The old Taoist cried out in astonishment. Mid-month, I'm begging for the next monthly ticket. Chapter 341. The top 100 of the most powerful star realms were here. Although the old Taoist's exclamation wasn't loud, many people were flabbergasted. Their ears were ringing like a great bell. Wow, which one is our mother planet? A rebellious girl with a tender and beautiful face, but her figure was mature to the point of being a complete mess. She cried out strangely. Most of the beings on Earth didn't know about the so-called top 100 stars. Only a small number had heard of them. For example, the half-burned old woman came from the depths of the starry skies and naturally knew about them. She had only revealed some information to the upper echelons of celestial biology. At this time, many people's expressions changed. Regardless of whether they knew about it before or not, they were now filled with wild and fanciful thoughts as they stared at the sky. The aura emitted by the 100 stars was too terrifying. They were brightly colored. Some were so red, they looked like they were about to drip blood, while others were green and exuberant with vitality. Were they hanging in the sky, a symbol of some sort? Or could it be that this was one path after another that could lead to the strongest 100 celestial bodies? At this time, the king-level entities' thoughts were very active as they thought of many things. Suddenly, a king-level entity let out a muffled groan and actually coughed up blood. They couldn't help but stagger back, and some even directly fell to the ground. This was all because they were looking up at the 100 stars. This is the place of worship. Who dares to disrespect and examine the heavens like this? Be careful of your physical body collapsing and your mind collapsing, the old Taoist warned. Everyone trembled after hearing this. Such a place was truly awe-inspiring. They couldn't even look up at the sky. Could it be that the so-called heavens and the object of worship were referring to the top 100 stars with the densest energy? This really made people's imaginations run wild. Many people turned pale. Just looking up for a moment was like facing a divine prison. It was awe-inspiring and suppressed everyone's spirits. Someone recalled a passage from the historical records. The heavens are so high that they can't be reached. Set up a sacrificial ceremony on Mount High to approach the gods. This place is connected to the outer realm and can see the gods and devils in the starry skies. Someone asked suspiciously. Chu Feng was also looking up at the sky, but he wasn't affected. That was because the little grinding stone in his body was absorbing the threads of starlight falling down at the critical moment. During the day, the radiance of the 100 brightly colored stars wasn't very obvious, but he could sense it. Interesting. Chu Feng's heart stirred as he quietly gazed once more. There's something in the stars. He was astonished. On some celestial bodies, he saw knights sitting upright on terrifying divine beasts. Their hazy silhouettes were extremely intimidating. He had a premonition that when he raised his head just now, it wasn't just the starlight that had descended that had suppressed him. There was also the aura of this person that had transmitted down and suppressed the kings. Soon after, he saw a woman on another star. Even though he could only see her silhouette, she gave off a feeling of peerless beauty. It was as if she could suppress the starry sea of the universe and intimidate the past, present, and future. The others also sensed it and looked up once more to see the beings on the stars. but they quickly lowered their heads. Their minds were shaken, and their spirits were about to collapse. Who are those people? Why are they on the stars? Many people were trembling. Their bodies and hearts were trembling. They wanted to kowtow and prostrate themselves in worship. The most powerful beings on the worlds of the top 100 stars are standing there, illuminating the heavens and worshiping them, said the old Taoist. These words seemed to contain a demonic nature and caused everyone's hearts to sway. The most powerful beings on the stars. Moreover, they could illuminate the heavens. Soon after, everyone looked at the grand altar and thought of the pilgrimage. For a moment, great waves rose and fell in their hearts. Could it be that the so-called heavenly sacrifice was targeted at them? Are these real 100 stars? Someone asked with a trembling voice. How can this be? It's already said that the most powerful beings on the top 100 stars are illuminating the heavens. The old Taoist sighed. Why is it like this? Even Chu Feng couldn't help but ask for guidance. Because the benefits are too great. The heavens will offer sacrifices and myriad realms will worship them. Do you see the offerings on the altar? It will cause the strong to become stronger and stronger. Everyone fixed their eyes on the altar table. There was a hazy radiance and divine multicolored light blossoming. Apparently, it was a divine object. How far are we from them? What's the difference between our realms? Someone asked. He wanted to know the gap and whether they could catch up. The old Taoist shook his head. His smile was a bit forced. He was deeply moved and said, Don't be delusional. Their disciples and grand disciples can move unhindered through the stars and command the stars. How can you compare to them? How can you dare mention it? So far apart, many people had unsightly expressions and felt extremely disappointed. They had a premonition that this kind of distance was simply impossible to catch up to. Is it impossible to surpass? Jiang Luoshan asked. If someone can reach that level, they can naturally enter the worlds of the top 100 stars and replace one of them. At that time, they will also be able to illuminate the heavens and cause myriad realms to worship them. The benefits are endless. They will be able to enjoy a sea of offerings and thus become stronger. The old Taoist's expression was complicated as he gazed at the firmament and the 100 most powerful stars. At this moment, everyone's hearts were rising and falling. Some were disappointed, some were hopeful, some were longing, and some were in despair. Everyone's mood was extremely complicated. That was because they had a premonition that if they were to leave Earth for other regions, their current strength would still be very insignificant. Moreover, compared to those experts who could illuminate the heavens and enjoy the sacrifices of myriad realms in the sea of stars, they wouldn't be able to catch up even in 1,000 lifetimes, let alone in this lifetime. One could imagine that they were the most terrifying entities. Any one of them could suppress the starry skies of various regions and intimidate the powerful races with great numbers of experts. Perhaps gods and devils were nothing to them. Any one of these entities should have already become a saint ancestor. They were the strongest experts left behind after the fierce battles of the past. They had experienced glory and were full of resplendence. These were peerless beings that had been tested in the long river of history. From a certain perspective, they were simply the highest ranking in the starry skies. They had come from various eras and finally rose to become the top 100 entities. These entities won't come into contact with you guys because they're separated by a natural moat. You guys are too far apart. However, they all have their own orthodoxies. On the path of evolution, if you guys are strong enough and can leave Earth in the future, you might have a chance to meet the younger generation disciples of those orthodoxies. However, I reckon you'll only be able to run if a conflict breaks out after meeting them. The old Taoist words hurt people's self-esteem and left them speechless. Was the difference that great? Our goal is to rise. We won't necessarily replace them, but we'll do our best to catch up. One day, the gap will shrink, a young man said to encourage himself. He was full of vigor. The old Taoist was very benevolent, as he said, After working hard to evolve for 100 years, you can finally see the backs of a younger generation of those orthodoxies. Keep up the good work. Everyone was speechless. Could this old fellow not strike a blow? The old Taoist glanced at Chu Feng and saw that he was lost in thought. Brat, I heard there's something wrong with your body. What are you letting your imagination run wild about? Chu Feng shot him a glance and said, I'm thinking, are the heaven illuminators from the top 100 stars still single? This time, it was the old Taoist's turn to be stunned. He looked at Chu Feng and pointed with his finger. You really dare to say anything. Aren't you afraid that the figures here will kill you? How many years has it been since a sacrifice was offered? It's been abandoned for so many years. Who would come here to illuminate? Even you dare to speak nonsense, so why wouldn't I? It's obvious that the altars on earth have already been abandoned, said Chu Feng. The old Taoist pointed at him, but didn't dare to say anything else. That was because he was somewhat afraid of being heard by certain existences when he raised his head and saw the 100 millstone-sized stars shining here. The others were also very cautious and didn't mention this matter again. Someone asked, could it be that the heaven-illuminating figures of these 100 stars represent the 100 most powerful entities since ancient times? Not necessarily. The second and third place of some stars are also extremely terrifying. They are unfathomable and incomprehensible, said the old Taoist. Everyone was astonished. This was truly astonishing. The outer realm was something they yearned for, but also something they were afraid of. The old Taoist no longer brought up this topic because he had some misgivings. At this time, everyone's eyes were fixed on the mountain-like sacrificial altar and the offerings on the table. They were all eyeing that place. That was because this was an item offered as a sacrifice in the past. It hadn't been taken away by the heaven-illuminating entities and was still here. It's a bit odd. Did the sacrificial ceremony fail? The old Taoist muttered to himself with a flickering gaze. This was the highest offering on a star. How could people not be envious? The sacrificial altar was too tall and as grand as a city. It couldn't be seen clearly, and a bird king couldn't help but fly up to observe. Puffed. In the end, it let out a miserable cry and fell down after leaping several meters into the air. It spat out large mouthfuls of blood and revealed its true form. The old Taoist warned, don't move recklessly. The place where the ancestors offered sacrifices is an ancient and sacred ceremony. How can we allow birds to startle the sky? We must maintain a solemn and dignified atmosphere. Everyone stood on the ground in reverence and looked up. There were many offerings, but all of them were shrouded in radiance. They were all rare divine objects and were so piercing that it hurt people's eyes. Additionally, the items were placed on the sacrificial table and placed in containers. Parts of them were covered and difficult to see clearly. What's that? Someone was astonished. That was because there was a stone tablet on the altar that seemed to be recording something. This was very strange. There was actually a stone tablet placed together with the sacrificial table in such a solemn and sacred place. It was so grand that people couldn't help but feel suspicious. It's a record of this celestial body's former ranking. The old Taoist was astonished and revealed an odd expression. He looked at it attentively and revealed an astonished expression. The others were also gazing into the distance, but couldn't understand it at all. The words were too ancient and looked like oracle bone scripts. However, there were some differences. Only the half-burned old woman could understand it. Her eyes were flickering and her emotions were fluctuating. She could also understand it because she came from the outer realm. The rankings of each period are actually recorded in detail. This is truly not simple. The old Taoist sighed. The words on the grand, sacrificial altar recorded the rise and fall of this celestial body. It was extremely extraordinary. How high was it ranked during its most glorious period? And what was its final ranking? Everyone revealed hopeful expressions. They all wanted to know the current situation on Earth. Chapter 342. The old Taoist paused for a moment and then announced an astonishing ranking, 11th. After saying this, he became a bit silent, thinking to himself, his mind wandering. Meanwhile, his expression was incomparably serious. This kind of ranking was absolutely glorious and incomparably astonishing. Everyone was ineffably shaken. Even Xu Feng had learned from Yellow Cattle that the Earth was extraordinary in the past and was once ranked among the top 100 stars. But at this moment, he was still astonished. In truth, Yellow Cattle didn't know the exact ranking and only guessed that it was within the top 10. Everything it relied on came from bits and pieces of information written by its predecessors. The same was true for the old Taoist. He already knew that the Earth's ranking was very high, but he didn't expect it to be at such a high level. It had far exceeded his expectations. The former 11th most powerful planet in the universe was extremely dazzling. Doubtlessly, there were saints and supreme experts here countless years ago. They could illuminate the heavens and overlook the boundless sea of stars. Their might shook the myriad worlds. But in the end, everything vanished like smoke in thin air. This place was no longer powerful and had completely declined. Even though it was an old story and only represented its former glory, the king-level entities at the scene were all excited and pleasantly surprised. Some people even cheered and laughed heartily. Earth was once so powerful and had heaven-illuminating experts who needed sacrifices from all the worlds. How dazzling and terrifying was that? Even though the Earth had declined and become a wasteland, everyone believed that there were definitely some extraordinary things left behind. Just thinking about it made people go crazy with excitement. Not to mention those famous mountains and great rivers, those ancient trees that were waiting to recover, and those ancient caves that had been covered in dust for many years would be enough to drive people crazy if they were to come into being. They then thought about the 11th most flourishing ancient land in the universe. How astonishing would the orthodoxy left behind by that heaven-illuminating expert and his evolution method be? His path of evolution, his inheritance, should be on Earth. At this moment, everyone's blood surged as they thought of these possibilities. They wanted to roar towards the sky and were filled with anticipation. Their hearts were throbbing and trembling. Earlier on, they had been dealt a heavy blow after hearing the old Taoist words. They were all dispirited and felt that it was indeed difficult to compete with the divine sons and saintesses of the outer realms. As for ascending to the peak and becoming a saint ancestor one day, standing shoulder to shoulder with the figures that appeared on the top 100 planets, that was even more impossible. It was just a pipe dream. But now, they inexplicably felt a wave of confidence. How could an ancient land that had once been ranked 11th in the universe's starry seas be simple? They could be considered the descendants of the most powerful star. Obviously, their respective ancestors were once extremely dazzling, looking down on all realms in the universe, and beating up many races of constellation to the point where they could not even raise their heads. In the past, this piece of land was worshipped by all living beings and countless races in the myriad domain starry sea. It was glorious to the extreme. At the same time, they also understood why the creatures of the outer realms were thinking of ways to descend. The divine sons and fairies from different realms were all coming over. It was because there were two formidable things here that were worth fighting over. It was ranked 11th, previously far greater than countless worlds. Many people were excited and excited. They felt that they had suddenly gained some kind of belief. Perhaps their achievements in the future would be abnormally terrifying. That was because no one could say for sure what kind of fortunes would appear as the Earth recovered. Astonishing ancient trees might appear in large numbers, and the ancient caves buried in the dust of time might open up one by one. If all the peerless orthodoxies appeared, it would truly be unimaginable. However, while some people were excited and cheering in joy, there were also some who were pondering with solemn expressions. That was because the angle of their thinking was completely different. For example, the old Taoist had an extremely solemn expression. After announcing the rankings, he did not say anything and remained silent. Another example was Linoi. She was extremely intelligent and immediately thought of many things. She came to a sudden realization and understood many things. No wonder. Even the problem lady was the same. She was suddenly enlightened and had a look of understanding. There was also the old woman whose body had been burned in half and was being carried on a stretcher. Her eyes flickered as she inwardly nodded. As for Chu Feng, he felt the extreme glory of the earth and understood everyone's joy. He also sighed softly. He was also an extraordinary person and understood many things in an instant. Ranked 11th. This ranking was too shocking and far exceeded the top 10 that Yellow Cattle had mentioned. Yellow Cattle had once said that the 10 most powerful ancient star realms in the universe have been fixed since ancient times and had never changed. What did this mean? There was too much information contained within. It wasn't difficult to see that they were too powerful and had far surpassed the understanding of the other races in the starry skies. Moreover, after so many years, were there really no expert from other planets who could challenge their position? This wasn't too likely. However, the 10 most powerful stars had never changed. Perhaps this was filled with bloodshed. Amidst the dazzling splendor, there were also scenes of blood filling the starry skies and tragedies of ancient stars weeping. The Earth was once ranked 11th. How dazzling was that? It was revered by the myriad heavens and realms, but in the end, it suddenly declined and became a wasteland. This was truly terrifying. There was no lack of sharp people present. Some of the king-level entities calmed down, and their expressions gradually became solemn. They were no longer as excited and felt a chill. Many things could be understood from this ranking alone. It could be said that the Earth had once been incomparably glorious, but had experienced terrifying things. Many people frowned and became completely silent. They asked the old Taoist what the Earth's ranking was in the end, hoping to understand the situation further. Ranked 11th. After a period of glory, it directly fell to rank 97,452. The old Taoist said in a deep voice. Everyone's mouths were agape, and their faces were filled with astonishment. The Earth was like the sun in the sky, yet it had suddenly fallen over 90,000 places. This was simply too terrifying. What about after that? What is the current Earth's ranking? Someone asked in a low voice. After that? There's no after that. The old Taoist spoke and told everyone that the universe only recorded the rankings of the top 100,000 stars. There would be no records after that. This also meant that after the Earth fell to 90,000 places, it had fallen even further and had long since lost the qualifications to participate in the rankings. Now, it was unknown where it had fallen to. At this time, everyone was silent as they thought of many things. From supreme glory to becoming a wasteland, it had fallen directly without going through a gradual decline. What did this mean? This caused everyone's hair to stand on end, and they shuddered. During that period of time, there must have been great terror, darkness, and bloodshed. The former Earth should have been a highly developed evolutionary civilization, but it had become a wasteland in a short period of time. How terrifying was this? In the eyes of some powerful worlds with dense energy, the Earth had long since become a barren wasteland. Every race had degenerated, and everything was covered in dust. A calamity of extinction. These words appeared in everyone's hearts. This mother planet had once experienced a terrifying calamity, and all the races had been beaten to the point of degeneration. Upon further thought, some bird kings and beast kings were gnashing their teeth. The bits and pieces they had once understood were laughable. The deeper reason actually involved the entire mother planet. The degeneration of their ancestors might be related to the cruel methods used during that battle. The suppression of their bloodlines caused them to tremble in fear. Chu Feng was pondering. It also thought of many things. Even though the Earth had become a wasteland, it still retained various divine ancient trees. It seemed it wasn't simple at all, so much so that there might even be ancient and supreme cave residences with inheritances under these mountains and rivers. Back then, not all of these things had been taken away after that battle and could still be preserved. Now that they had revived and attracted the descent of people from the outer realms, this was enough to explain the problem. It seems the 11th place isn't simple. Although it was the most miserable it still had a method to protect itself at the last moment. This mother planet hadn't been completely destroyed in the end. It still left behind a flame inheritance and bloodline descendants. After careful thought, many thoughts began to form in people's minds. I can't hold it in anymore. I want to wander the cosmos and experience the methods of those divine sons and saintesses one by one. I want to battle one star after another and fight against the 10 most powerful and mysterious ancient stars. Chu Feng muttered to himself. His blood was boiling. He indeed wanted to leave Earth, especially after guessing the past. His emotions were surging. Chu Feng looked up at the sky and found that the 10 most powerful ancient stars were different from the others. There were no silhouettes of any experts inside. They were all obscured by primal chaos and were extremely indistinct. Does this mean transcendence? Chu Feng gazed at it intently. There's one last passage. Do you guys want to hear it? The old Taoist opened his mouth and told everyone that there was one more passage on the stone tablet. Everyone naturally wanted to hear it. They nodded in unison and asked him to tell them. It didn't fall behind. In ancient times, after Earth's ranking fell to 90,000, the forebears of that era offered grand sacrifices to the heavens here. However, they didn't receive any response from the heavens. Earth was rejected and abandoned. The ancient text on the stone tablet was cryptic and difficult to understand. The old Taoist translated it in a straightforward manner, causing everyone to turn silent after hearing it. Even the heaven illuminators didn't care about this place. This was truly astonishing. This place had been completely abandoned. Damn it. Then why did their descendants come over to seize the benefits after seeing the Earth's recovery? Back then, could it be that those terrifying experts also encountered an indescribable pressure? Everyone was discussing with some resentment. The old Taoist and the problem lady were somewhat embarrassed. They felt that they had been shot. Comparatively speaking, the old woman who had lost half her body was relatively calm, and her expression didn't change. The past is over. In the end, the old Taoist sighed and pulled everyone back to reality. The past had already passed. What was the use of wallowing, resentment, and agitation? Now that they had stepped onto the path of evolution, they had to work hard to rise up. This was the true foundation. What's the point of thinking so much? In the future, when the fairies and princes come, we just have to do our best to capture them. The fairies will be our wives, and the saint children will be our servants. Chu Feng's words stunned everyone. They looked at each other in dismay, and the place immediately became quiet. No one dared reply. They glanced at the old Taoist and the old woman and felt somewhat uneasy. That was because these two might have come from the outer realms. That rebellious little demoness rolled her eyes and glared at Chu Feng. But very soon, she became enchanting again. Her tender face was full of charm as she said, "Handsome big brother Chu Feng, come and catch me. I definitely won't run away." These words made the old Taoist's face turn dark. He didn't want to beat up his granddaughter, but he wanted to deal with Chu Feng. He was about to go over directly. "Stop. There are domains everywhere here. Don't regret it if you provoke me and cause the domains to awaken and form a destructive killing field." The old Taoist expression turned even darker after hearing Chu Feng's words. Everyone hurriedly tried to dissuade him. The rebellious girl tugged on his sleeve and threatened him loudly. If he dared to disregard her face and attack her master Chu Feng, she would break off all relations with the old Taoist. "You little evildoer." The old Taoist was quite angry. Everyone wanted to laugh, but didn't dare. Very soon, everyone's thoughts were pulled back. They gazed at the sacrificial items on the altar and felt their hearts burning. They wanted nothing more than to rush up and snatch them clean. They had already learned that these were the top-grade offerings offered to the heavens when the earth was ranked 90,000. Those heaven illuminators didn't accept them. Some beast kings scratched their heads and wanted nothing more than to rush up. That kind of thing was too tempting. Only heaven knew what kind of achievements they would have once they obtained it. At this time, some people gazed from afar and finally saw some of the items on the jade table. They were almost drooling. There were golden seals and densely covered in runes. One didn't need to think too much to know that they were extraordinary items. There were also 9 bronze cauldrons lined up together. Everyone drew in a breath of cold air. Could those 9 cauldrons be the legendary 9 cauldrons of ancient China? They represented the rivers, the earth, and the world as one. Very soon, some people saw some of the items in the containers. There were a few large peaches of immortality on a jade plate. They were still bright red and shrouded in a hazy radiance. They hadn't rotted yet. How many years had it been? They were still as fresh as ever. Even the old Taoist was moved. Don't tell me those are the peaches of immortality from Mount Kunlun? Earth hasn't fallen behind and can still produce a few. How extraordinary! Those are treasures in the eyes of evolved beings. Then someone saw something in another vessel. It looked like a few porcelain dolls, vivid and lifelike. Damn it, don't tell me those are ginseng fruits. A great demon couldn't help but cry out. Those offerings were too extraordinary. They were all glowing so brightly that it hurt people's eyes. Some of them could be seen clearly, but many of them were hidden in the containers and couldn't be seen at all. There was a dazzling lineup of all kinds of offerings. Even so, the sacrificial ceremony back then had failed and was rejected. From that era onward, the mother planet was abandoned. Everyone was trying to think of a way to ascend the mountain-like altar and take away the offerings. Any one of those things would be great natural luck. If they could go up and obtain the peaches of immortality, they would be able to evolve rapidly. This altar was simply a supreme treasure in the eyes of the people. It was simply too attractive and made their blood boil. The black and white grinding stone within Chu Feng's body was trembling. It seemed to be yearning for something. It seemed to be resonating with something. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.